also, while Alex Cox is a named co-conspirator, Joe Ryan's not listed as a victim in the case. And the court just finds that under looking at 403 balancing test and rule 401, I'm going to maintain the ruling that this is simply too far outside of the scope of the charges, too far outside of the scope of the alleged conspiracy, would be more prejudicial than probative, and without adequate time or even possibly way to establish a foundation to allow a response from the state would be unfairly prejudicial as well. So having considered that, then the court is going to maintain that previous ruling that the incidents alleged as they relate to Joe Ryan and Alex Cox will be inadmissible during the trial, and that will be the court's ruling. So Mr. Pryor, I'll ask you to refrain from further references to that based on this evidentiary ruling. Any questions on that, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge.
All right, any questions from the state?
No.
Okay, thanks. Counsel, we'll go off the record here momentarily then. While everybody gets ready, I'll step off the bench. We'll let the public come in and we will let the jurors in. I'll let everyone know we do have all 18 jurors return today. They've each signed their affirmation, so they are good to go to hear evidence this morning. And as soon as the public's seated, let me know and we'll come back on and get started with evidence. Let me just ask the state, who's the witness that's going to be coming up today first?
The first will be Vince Kamanu.
Okay.
All rise. Aló.
No, wait. Okay, entonces, te digo,
Ah, tu primo, bueno.
Ya, ahorita llega.
Sí. with Stephen W. Boyce, Idaho.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning. We're on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence today. The court would note I heard a motion argued this morning without the public in the courtroom, but that was an open hearing that was live streamed on an evidentiary issue. I understand at this time the state's ready to proceed with its case in chief and call a next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I will note the state is here present as well as the defendant and the bailiff's son to have the jurors brought in.
Well, then just get it done, dude. You're on online virtual schooling. Get it done.
All right.
The jury is present and valid.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record on case CR 22211623. The jurors have all returned. The court has confirmed each of them also signed their declaration and acknowledgement that they followed the court's admonishment to not investigate or look into the case over the break. So thank you very much, each of you, for following that instruction during that long weekend break. The state is continuing with its case in chief and presenting evidence. I'll note the defendant and counsel are present as well as the prosecution for the state. And I'll also note this hearing is being live streamed today. As I mentioned last week, if we do run into any technical issues with that live stream feed, we'll instruct tech to try to let us know how quickly that may be fixed, but would likely proceed with the trial if we do run into any issue causing a delay with that. So at this time, then, I understand the state has a next witness to call. Is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is the defense ready to proceed? All right. Then the state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Vince Kamanu.
We swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth. So help you God.
All right. Officer Kamanu, as you're answering questions, please make verbal responses for the record. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Vincent Keone Kamanu. Last is Kaaia.
Officer, I'm sorry, could you talk a little more loudly right into your mic? I think we're barely picking that up.
Is that better?
Is that loud enough? Is it quiet? If you'll give us just a sec, we'll make sure that microphone's adequate.
You want me to start spelling the last name, see if that picks up?
I think the longer one will work better. Anna.
Make a lot of noise. Can you shut it off?
Can you say something into that? Just to test?
Best.
I think that's definitely better. Thanks for that. Mr. Wood, go ahead and just restart if you would, please. Thank you.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Vincent Keone Kamanu. Last is Kaaia Kamanu.
Thank you. What is your occupation?
I am currently the Chief Deputy of Madison County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been in that position?
I started with Madison January of this year.
So 2024.
Correct.
What was your occupation before you took on that position?
I worked with Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you with Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 18 years.
Have you ever worked for any other law enforcement office?
I have not.
Are you post certified?
Yes.
With the title Chief Deputy, is there a specific title we should refer to you as?
That's fine.
Have you been involved in the investigation regarding Chad Daybell, Tammy Daybell, Tylee Ryan, and JJ Vallow?
I have.
In your current occupation as Chief Deputy of the Madison County Sheriff's Department, is it part of your responsibilities to oversee the jail?
Yes.
So they report to you.
The captain does, yes.
As part of your responsibilities in overseeing the jail, do you have an understanding of the jail intelmate or the phone call system?
Yes, I do.
What is that system and how does it work?
The Telmate system is a phone system that the inmates, while in jail, can make phone calls or FaceTime visits with their family, friends outside of the jail.
And how long have you overseen this at the Madison County Jail?
Since I've been there January 2024.
Have you had experience with Telmate in other counties?
I have.
Did Fremont County use Telmate system?
Yes.
And the Telmate system, does that include telephone and video visits?
Yes, it does.
On video calls, is the camera always utilized?
On video calls, the camera is utilized when the iPad is docked to the station. Once that iPad's removed from the docking station, the video camera shuts off and it goes into a phone call mode.
How do you ensure that inmates don't make calls on behalf of other inmates?
When someone's brought into the jail and booked in, they're given a specific PIN number that's to them. When they go to set that up through Telmate, they have to give their PIN number that they were given. They also take a face photo and they say their name approximately 3 times, so it's voice recorded.
Whenever an inmate places a call or participates in the Telmate system, is any information recorded or stored regarding that call?
Yes.
What is recorded?
The whole conversation, whether it's a FaceTime or a phone call, is all recorded from once it starts to when it ends.
And is the outside party required to provide name and personal information?
They can go on to what's called gettingoutofjail.com and put that information in. That allows them to put money on their books for phone calls or commissary.
How do you access the information that is stored on the Telmate system?
I've got a username and password.
Is there any way for you to edit the information that is stored on Telmate?
No,
Are you aware of any other agency being able to edit it?
no.
Where are the phones and tablets located in the jail?
In our jail system, we have what are called pods, and the pads and phones are located in the day room where all the inmates have access to that. The phone is connected to the wall, so if they're just doing a voice call, they need to stay out there. Like I testified earlier, they have that pad there, and they need to stay there to do a face-to-face or FaceTime. But once that pad's removed, it blacks out, and they can take that into their cell and talk, but it's only a voice talk.
How do you know the date and time of each call?
The calls are time-stamped.
Now, we've been talking about Madison County, correct?
Correct.
I want to call your attention to June 9th of 2020. At that time, was Lori Vallow Daybell an inmate at the Madison County Jail?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, Chad Daybell was not in jail at that time.
correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 33.
Very well.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 33?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a thumb drive with a call on it.
All right. Do you know what day that call was made?
The call on this thumb drive was made June 9th, 2020.
All right. And who are the parties to that call?
Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell.
And have you reviewed the call on that thumb drive?
Yes,
Are your initials on that thumb drive?
yes,
Did you put your initials on that thumb drive after reviewing that call?
yes,
Is that call a true and accurate representation of what is stored on the Telmate system?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 33 be entered into evidence.
Any objection? All right, and just one more clarifying point. Is that the only file contained on that thumb drive, Mr. Wood?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Exhibit 33 is admitted.
Just real quick, Detective, when was the first time you heard this phone call?
June 9th, 2020.
Where were you when you heard it?
I was at the property of 202 North, 1900 East, Chad Daybell's residence.
Were you there for the search of Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th?
Yes,
And so you accessed this phone call from that location.
correct.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
You may.
Porque yo le dije que no íbamos a hacer, que le voy a hacer cumpleaños allá por ahí. O sea, no lo hablé de fiesta, le voy a hacer cumpleaños ahí y de allá.
This is a call from and paid for by
Creo que ya estamos.
Lori.
Y
an inmate jail. This call is subject to monitoring. If you don't wish to talk, hang up now.
y le dije que quiero saber si no hay ningún problema en hacer eso. Yo no voy a
Thank you for using Telmate.
no estar ahí. Para una paradita, una cosa y ya. Solamente quería preguntarte si esa no se puede para que le escuche la nota de voz para que me responda.
Oh, they're searching the property.
The house right now?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm at MS. Mark means we'll be talking to you.
Okay. What, are they in the house?
No, they're out in the property.
Are they seizing stuff again?
They're searching. There's a search warrant, and so what I'm interested in is with the kids.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to set up a call. I'm glad you called.
Yeah.
And we'll see what transpires.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
What do you want me to do? Pray.
What?
What do you want me
Yeah,
to do?
pray. Pray. Yeah.
Okay. What can I do for you?
I'm feeling pretty calm. I would call Mark, though, maybe. And just talk with him.
Have you talked to him already?
I did call him, yes.
So he knows what they're doing.
Yeah. It's like a call from somebody else I need to talk to. I love you so much.
Okay, I love you. Should I try to call you later?
I don't know. I don't know. You can try, yeah. I'll answer if I can.
Okay.
I love you, and we'll talk soon.
Okay, baby. I love you.
Okay. Love you. Good night.
Detective, do you know approximately what time of day that phone call was made?
Around 11 o'clock in the afternoon.
Your Honor, the state will be recalling Detective Kai Kamanu for other things, but at this time, we have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Pryor, would you prefer to cross-examination or cross-examine this time or save that for when he's recalled? Very well.
And officer, you've also, or coming back, you've got a subpoena from my office as well to show up, and we've made arrangements for that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Officer, Prosecutor Wood asked you where you were on June 9th of 2020,
Correct.
and you were at the Daybell residence. Is that right?
Yes.
Any idea how many other officers were there at that time?
I can't recall how many other officers and agencies were there.
Was it more than 10?
Yes.
More than 15?
Yes.
Okay. So more than 30?
Yes,
Okay, so 30 police officers from various agencies, obviously, right?
Correct.
Right. And at that point, I heard on the tape where Mr. Daybell mentioned that he was at Emma's. Now, do you know who he's talking about when he says Emma?
his daughter,
Okay, and in relation to the house, where does Emma live?
at the time of this incident, Emma lived kitty corner, roughly from Mr. Daybell's home.
That would be what, the southeast corner?
The southwest.
Southwest, excuse me,
Yes.
my southwest corner of the property. It
Correct.
was kitty corner.
Yeah,
Relatively close to the Chad Daybell's house, right?
yes,
Within walking distance.
yes,
So he was over there and there were no restrictions on his movement, is that right?
correct.
And he could come and go as he pleases.
At that time, yes,
Right. And at that point, you overheard him talk about a Mark Means.
on the phone call, yes,
Right. Okay, and on the phone call, he said he was going to talk to somebody else.
correct.
Okay. Did you ever learn who he was trying to talk to, that other person?
I did not.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to be present when Officer Wheeler and Officer Hope were recording the interaction with Mr. Daybell?
I was not.
Okay. Okay. And at that point, if Mr. Daybell were to be leaving at that time that this phone call took place, he would have the right to do that, and there was no restriction stopping him.
Correct.
And he could go if he wanted to meet somebody or meet up with somebody, he'd have that opportunity.
Correct.
Now, would you agree with me, with 30 plus officers showing up at your house, that would cause you a concern? The average citizen.
To the average citizen, yes.
In fact, you probably agree with me that were you a street officer at some point with Fremont County?
Yes,
Parole officer?
yes,
And when a police officer puts on his lights and gets behind you and pulls you over, that's an emotional, or at least an unnerving experience as well, right?
yes,
So you would suggest that when 30 plus police officers show up at your house and search, that would cause you to have some concern, right?
I'd be nervous, yes.
More than nervous, right?
I'd be nervous.
All right. Okay. Now, Lori Vallow made mention that search again. And you're nodding your head. Had you been out there previously to search the Daybell property?
I have not been out there
Are
previous.
you aware as the manager, and I don't want to use the incorrect term, you are the supervisor of this case. Would that be fair? Or is there a better term?
Over the Fremont County portion of it, yes.
Okay. Are you aware as part of your investigation as to whether or not anybody else had been out in any of the law enforcement agencies on Mr. Daybell's property previous to that time?
Yes, I was aware.
All right. How many times are you aware that they've been out on his property prior to that time?
Prior to that time, I believe they were out in January of 2020 doing a search of the house.
Okay. Any other times?
Not that I can recall right now.
Did anybody from your agency ever go out to the Daybell property unannounced and search the property without a large group of officers?
Unannounced? No.
All right. How about announced and saying we're going to go out and just look around?
With a search warrant, yes.
Okay. And was that in the January occasion?
Correct.
There was no other occasion that officers went out there. Is that what you're telling me?
I can't recall what other dates we were out there,
Okay.
but yes,
But there were other dates that you were out there looking at the property. Is that fair?
correct.
Okay. A number of them?
No,
More than 5?
no.
Now, as part of your investigation of this case, you've interviewed a number of witnesses in this case. Would that be fair?
Correct.
You've interviewed Melanie Gibb
Correct.
several times.
One time.
Okay. Regan Price,
Yes.
how many times?
One time.
Zaluma Pastenes,
Approximately 3 or 4 times. I'd have to
Okay.
check my notes.
and then Garth Daybell, Chad's son, you've interviewed him a couple of times.
One time.
Okay, and where was that interview?
That was done at Rexburg PD.
Okay, and in that occasion, you showed up at Garth Daybell's house, is that right? Or did you show up at the school?
We went to the school, yes.
Okay. And at the school, it's where Garth was working, is that right?
Correct. I wouldn't consider that an interview.
Okay, well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But at some point, you approached Mr. Daybell, and who was with you at that point?
Special Agent Ricky Wright?
Okay, anybody else?
No.
And at that point, you took Garth and asked that he go down to the police station with you, is that right?
No, not at that time.
Okay. But you mentioned that you approached Garth Daybell at the school
Correct.
and that the interview, or at least what you said may not have been an interview, took place at the police station.
So there was two different times.
Oh, okay.
One time we talked with Garth at the school to advise him of the findings of his mother's death.
Okay.
That I would not consider an interview.
Okay.
The second interview was done at Rexburg, or the first interview that we brought him in to Rexburg PD.
Okay. And when you say brought him in, where did you first have contact with him on the day you brought him in to the Rexburg Police Department?
That we made contact with him at his home.
And at that point, did he have a choice at that point, or were you taking him into custodial care at that point?
At that time, it was custodial care to come in and talk with us.
Okay, so he didn't have an option. He was going to go to the Rexburg Police Department. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then how long was he at the Rexburg Police Department on that particular day?
I'd have to look. I want to say a couple hours.
And at that point, did you ever talk to him?
Small talk until his attorney got there.
Okay,
Got him some McDonald's, some pop.
okay. But at that point, there was nothing in terms of the interview with Garth on that particular day. Is that right?
Not until his attorney got there.
Okay. Okay. And do you have a recollection of how long it took for an attorney for him to get there?
I don't, off the top of my head. I'd have to look in my notes on that.
Now, we're going to be revisiting that in a little while in terms of the audio or the videotapes of Chad on June 9th. Did you have an opportunity to review the audio and the videotapes of Chad and Emma on June 9th?
I have not.
Okay, so you don't have any information about those?
I do
Wasn't
not.
part of your investigation in this case?
I do not.
Okay, okay. Other than law enforcement on June 9th of 2020 and June 10th of 2020, other than law enforcement, was there anybody on the scene at the residence on either of those days who was not a law enforcement officer?
We had the Fremont County coroner there,
Okay,
and a few cadaver dogs.
okay,
I believe that's it.
okay. Nobody else?
Not that I can recall at that time, no.
And were you there the entire time, or were you there just for a short period of time?
The entire time.
The entire time would have been from like 7 o'clock in the morning until when on the 9th?
We finished up about 4 or 5 on the 9th.
Okay. And the last part I want to cover, and we're going to revisit some stuff. I mean, we'll do this in pieces, obviously. When you were in there in January of what year again? I'm sorry?
2020.
Okay. When you were there in January of 2020, you also brought cadaver dogs, right?
Are you referring to the warrant that was done January 2020?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
I was not at that search warrant, so.
Okay. And I don't know why I thought you were. Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not they brought cadaver dogs that day?
I can't recall if they did or didn't.
Okay, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Mr. Wood, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. The defense spoke to you about nervousness. Correct.
Correct.
That's a normal reaction when you're pulled over by the police.
Correct.
Have you listened to multiple jail phone calls between Mr. Daybell and Lori when she was in custody?
Yes.
Was the tone of this phone call normal?
I would require some additional foundation for that, Mr. Wood.
Okay.
So I'll overrule the objection at this point.
Has it been a regular part of your investigation to listen to jail phone calls between Chad and Lori?
Yes.
And you've listened to many of them.
Yes.
And in listening to those, would you say that the phone call on June 9th, that the tone of that phone call is different than their average phone call?
It's overruled with additional foundation. I will permit any recross just on this issue as well, though, Mr. Pryor. Go ahead, Mr. Wood.
Was it a different tone?
Yes.
Were you present on Mr. Daybell's property when Mr. Daybell drove away?
Yes.
And do you know what was taking place around the time on Mr. Daybell's property when he drove away?
Could you repeat that into your microphone, please?
I'm going to object, Judge, on the basis of foundation.
Well, he indicated he was on location when this happened, so that's overruled.
Repeat that. Sorry.
Are you aware of what was happening on Mr. Daybell's property when he drove away from the area?
Yes.
What was happening?
We were looking for two bodies on his property.
All right. And are you aware of when he drove away if one of those bodies was being discovered?
Yes.
Who?
JJ Vallow.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. If you'd like, Mr. Pryor, I'll allow recross. But limited in scope to those two issues.
All right, thank you, Judge. So you talked a little bit about the tone of the phone call was different, is that right?
Yes.
And we talked a little bit earlier about the fact that there were over 30 police officers on a piece of property that day, correct?
Yes.
So you would expect that there would be a little different of a tone when 30 police officers at 7 o'clock in the morning arrive at your home. Would that be fair?
That would be fair.
Okay. And then as far as what was going on when Mr. Daybell left, are you aware that Mr. Daybell was going to see an attorney that morning as he was leaving Emma Murray's house?
Objection calls for speculation.
I asked him if he's aware of it.
It's overruled.
Are you aware of that or not?
I was not.
Okay. And again, you didn't have an opportunity to review the tape from the videotape of Officer Wheeler or Officer Hope on that morning. Is that right?
Correct.
So you don't know the circumstances or the reason for why Mr. Daybell left his daughter's home kitty corner from the house and drove off, do you?
I'm not aware why he drove off.
So to suggest that the fact that they found a body on his property and that was the reason for him driving off, you don't know what the reason Mr. Daybell drove off. There's another reason, or it could be another reason. Would that be fair?
There could be another reason, yes.
Right. All right. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So for this time, that will conclude the testimony of Officer Kaya Kamanu. He is the state's designated agent, correct, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I point that out because the exclusionary rule does not apply for this particular witness who will be recalled. So you can go ahead and return and continue to observe the trial proceedings as well. The state may call its next witness.
We would call Detective Eric Wheeler, Your Honor.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Speaking clearly, please. You have a laser time there if needed.
All right, before we begin with testimony, let me just confirm with Detective Wheeler here, who's now under oath. The court does have an exclusionary order in this case in effect. Have you observed or listened to any of the trial testimony that's taken place in this trial?
No.
Okay, so you have followed that. You haven't discussed any of the testimony with anyone else or reviewed that with anyone from the state?
No.
Very well. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Wheeler. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Detective Eric Wheeler, ERIC WHEELER.
Thank you. And can you please explain to the jury, where do you work?
The Rexburg Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
18 years.
And what's your current rank?
Detective.
And what was your rank prior to becoming detective?
Patrol sergeant.
And how long were you a patrol sergeant?
Approximately 3 or 4 years.
And how long have you been a detective now?
3 years.
So prior to that, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
And just very briefly, for the jury's sake, will you please explain to them what's the basic post-training that law enforcement receives?
So I've received my advanced and master certificate through Idaho Post, and so it's training that you have to go through, in service type training. You have to go through the Post Academy to get your basic certificate, and it entails everything from traffic, criminal code, search and seizure, laws of arrest, arrest techniques, firearms, those sort of things.
Thank you. And I want to draw your attention almost 5 years ago, back to June 9th of 2020. Were you involved in any kind of search that occurred in Fremont County?
Yes, I was.
What search was that?
It was the search warrant that we were asked to help with at the 202 North, 1900 East, Fremont County, the Chad Daybell property.
And what was the subject of the search?
My role in the search was to maintain scene security, safety, traffic and crowd control while investigators conducted the search on the property.
And just briefly help the jury understand more. Why do law enforcement need to maintain safety and security at a search scene?
Anytime we're doing a search on anybody's property or home, there's a risk that's an inherent risk to the officers as they're conducting that search. And so whether that's agitated bystanders or the homeowners themselves. And so we just like to keep everybody safe by maintaining that control.
And we'll come back to your role in that capacity, but I want to fast forward a bit. Ultimately, did you help find anything on the property as part of that search?
Yes.
What did you find?
I found remains of Tylee, and then I observed the remains of JJ.
And very briefly, can you explain to the jury before we go back, describe where those remains were found for each of them relative to the property?
Judge, I probably need a little bit more foundation.
All right, he was present at the scene. He just said he observed this on the same date.
Overruled.
So JJ was located by the pond area of the property. And Tylee was found near a fire pit just east of the property.
And for the jury's sake, relative to the home on the property, where are the fire pit and where are the pond?
So the fire pit's east of the residence and the pond is northeast of the residence,
Would that be in the front of the property, the back of the property, the
to
side?
the rear of the property.
So I'd like to come back now to your role in safety. So can you be specific with what you were assigned to do in that role as the search when you arrived?
So when we arrived, I helped maintain traffic as they were in the process of closing the road down in front of the house because multiple vehicles were going to be showing up. So I helped maintain some traffic control at the beginning. And then I stood by as detectives went and served that warrant to the occupants inside the home. And then my role was to just stand by and observe the occupants and their coming and goings as they were free to move around as they wanted.
And is that common in a search until something's found? Are the occupants allowed to remain on the property and sometimes move around?
Yes.
Prior to beginning your role on the search, did you have the opportunity to identify Chad Daybell?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Prior to this, just through investigation, through tips that we were receiving, even in patrol, we were helping field multiple tips that would come into the agency as we were looking for the children. And so through that investigation, I'd seen multiple pictures and images of Chad Daybell.
So is it fair to say that on June 9th that you were capable of identifying Mr. Daybell when you did?
Yes.
When you took your role, when's the first time that, let me withdraw that. Can you tell the jury what time of day, the best you can recall, that you arrived on scene to help with the search?
We arrived to the residence, I believe I got there just after 7 a.m. on the 9th.
And can you also let the jury know, were there other law enforcement agencies involved?
Yes, there were multiple law enforcement agencies involved.
Could you just briefly identify which agencies that were present?
The ones that I knew were present at that time were the Rexburg Police Department, the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, and the FBI.
Were there a large number of law enforcement present? Or a
Yes.
small number?
Yes.
So when you arrived, you were given this assignment. Please recall and then explain to the jury, when's the first time that you personally got eyes on Chad Daybell?
So it was approximately 7:30 when I observed him leave the residence and walk over to his vehicle that was parked on the back driveway, the east side of his home. He got in the vehicle and then moved his vehicle over to the west driveway area and backed his car into that driveway on the west side of the house.
And if I could have you explain to the jury, Detective Wheeler, when he moved the car to the west side driveway, can you explain to the jury what would his vantage point have been relative to the pond and the fire pit?
He may have been able to see the pond area a little better from that west front driveway where he moved the vehicle to.
And so once he moved the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe him to do?
He sat in his vehicle and was on the phone for quite some time. Just sat there in his vehicle.
So as you saw him in the vehicle making phone calls, while he was doing that, what's the next thing that you remember he did?
So I remember there were multiple times that I could, because I was trying to keep eyes on him as well as the west side, the front part of the house. And there were multiple times I kind of saw him awkwardly looking over his right shoulder towards that east or that northeast corner of the property where the pond area was. And that's at that time where some of the investigators and cadaver dogs were working.
And you just used the word awkwardly. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by awkwardly and what indicated to you that he was awkward?
The best way I can explain it is that for somebody to look over their right shoulder for, a long period of time. And the reason I use awkwardly is because there was one time that he did exit the vehicle and kind of walked towards the rear of his vehicle and looked in that direction. And that's when I figured that he was interested or suspicious of something going on in that area. And I had made note to one of the other officers that was close by of that behavior.
And so when he got out and walked to the rear of the vehicle, based on your observation, would that have improved his vantage point back to the pond?
Yes.
What did he do next after he got out and walked to the rear of the vehicle?
So he got out, walked to the rear, kind of passenger side a little farther on the passenger side of his vehicle, looked around for just briefly, and then got back in his vehicle.
What did he do next?
I believe he was on the phone for just a little bit longer, and then he drove over to kitty corner to his residence where his daughter was staying.
Were you aware that that was his daughter's home at that time?
Yes.
Which daughter?
I believe it was Emma.
What did he do when he drove over there?
I know that he had a conversation briefly outside and then had eventually gone into the home.
I assume, could you see him while he was inside the home?
I couldn't see him while he was in the home, no.
How long do you recall him being in the home?
Approximately an hour, hour and a half, maybe.
Eventually, did you see him come out?
Yes.
What did he do when he left that home?
I again was occasionally looking over to see if he was leaving or was needing anything and coming back to ask questions. And so I would look over there, and one of the times I did, I was talking to another detective, and he came out of the home and appeared to be in a hurry. He went directly from the home to his car, had some items in his hand, and then left the property. And I remember at that time that there were assigned detectives responsible for following him if he went certain places and just kind of keeping an eye on him. And so Detective Schmidt was one of those detectives. And so I mentioned to him, hey, Chad's leaving. And about that time, other investigators that were in the back of the property came jogging over saying, hurry and go stop him.
When you said leaving, did he leave on foot?
Sorry. So he got inside of his vehicle and drove going south. And I do remember the accelerating, you could hear the acceleration. And I thought, is he trying to run? I remember that was a thought that went to my mind. And then when the other detectives said, hurry, go stop him, where I was in a marked vehicle, I responded to that request.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, is it common for someone who is the subject of a search at a home when they believe something is going to be found or is being found?
Judge, I'm going to object. This calls for speculation.
Based on his training and experience, Your Honor.
Judge, no, this is,
Hold. Mr. Wixom, first of all, if there's an objection, let me think about it for a minute and respond before you start arguing against the objection. So please also for the court reporter, at this time, I am going to sustain that objection.
So you went and stopped him. Can you describe to the jury, you said he was, in your opinion, going fast, is that right?
Correct.
How far away from the home approximately was he before he was stopped?
It was right around the Fremont, Madison County line where he stopped. I couldn't give you an exact distance.
Did you make any personal contact with him when he stopped?
I did.
And what did he say or do?
So at the time, all I had was a request to stop him. I hadn't gathered any further information. The other detectives that had made that request were right behind me. And so I exited my vehicle and asked Chad to exit his vehicle and explained to him that that I had been asked to stop him and that the detectives were on their way to talk to him.
At that particular point, did you notice any change in his demeanor at all?
He didn't ask any questions, wasn't way shocked or surprised that he got stopped, and complied to the request that I asked of him.
At that point in time, did any other law enforcement become involved in contact with him?
Yes.
Who was it that you recall?
At the time, his rank was Lieutenant Ball and then Detective Hermosillo. And there were a few other officers. I don't necessarily know their names or who they were that were at the stop.
Now, asking you to recount for us, what was the first thing that you remember law enforcement telling him?
So
Judge, I'm going to object.
Grounds
It's hearsay.
sustained.
Judge, may I argue that?
Go ahead.
It's not offered to prove the truth, Your Honor. It's just the effect on listener, which would have been Chad.
Well, but the point you brought up in the question, what was the first thing you remember law enforcement telling him? So I think it's just directly calling for hearsay. So it is sustained.
Was there some interaction?
yes,
Once that interaction occurred, were you ever instructed or did you ever take it upon yourself to arrest Chad?
I placed handcuffs on Chad.
And what did you do with him once handcuffs were placed upon him?
He was told that he was being detained right now, and he complied. I correctly put the handcuffs on, checked for proper tightness, double locked them, and then put him in my patrol vehicle.
During that interaction, are you aware, was he ever advised whether or not there'd been a find on the property?
Yes,
What was he advised?
that they had found JJ.
So in your vehicle, do you have camera system?
Yes,
Is there any camera system inside of the vehicle itself?
yes, we have 3 different cameras that are linked together. One is inside where we put our prisoners, and then one is the dash cam, and then the one we wear, which is our body cam.
The one inside where you put your prisoners, what do you refer to that as?
The in-car camera.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe by stipulation, we have 2 proposed exhibits. One states 300A, the second is 300B. Well, first, just to offer to the court, they are a copy of the in-car patrol cam for this day for this officer, and then also the dash cam. I believe we have a stipulation to their admission.
All right. On 300A, it's been offered. Is there stipulation from the defense?
Judge, there is for 300A and 300B, and as counsel correctly pointed out, one is the dash cam inside the vehicle. The other one is a camera that recording the same incident outside the vehicle by another officer. And correct me if I'm
Agreed.
so. Both of those by agreement, Judge, are being admitted or proposed admission.
All right. Exhibit 300A and Exhibit 300B are both admitted.
Your Honor, with that, may I have permission to begin to publish 300A?
You may.
Thank you. And Your Honor, while I'm preparing this, I would just further want to note for the record, we likewise have a stipulation. These videos are each an hour and 50 minutes. I only intend to play approximately 15 minutes. We have an agreement between counsel that the state can play what they wish to, and defense counsel can likewise play what they may wish to.
All right. If you do that, Mr. Wixom, if there is some identifying marker on there, either a timestamp on the video itself, so we can identify in the record precisely what portions were played, then please do that when you publish.
Will do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I can have just a moment, please. I may have just a moment. I'm just having a small tech issue. I'll
ahead.
be very quick.
All right.
The problem I'm having is this particular flash drive, and I prepared multiple, is not pulling up the file. It was moments ago. So if the court would like me to send this up, I have an alter original that I'd like to file, but it also is marked Exhibit 300A.
Okay, well, the one that comes in will be the one that's published. We'll put it that way. So whatever you publish, that very drive needs to be the admitted exhibit.
Will do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well.
Judge, if we need to take a break, we can do that if you like.
Cool. Do you think you can get that going at this time? I'd rather kind of push through and get that before the morning break.
Judge, I'm optimistic that we can get this going. I just,
Sure, we'll give you a minute here.
thank everyone for their patience, Judge. I think I've got it ready.
Okay.
So for the record, Judge, I'm going to advance the video to 1 hour and 3 minutes and 3 seconds approximately to begin publishing that.
Okay, and then when you stop the video, please just note on the record the timestamp of when it stopped also.
Will do, Judge.
Thank you.
Before I play this, Detective Wheeler, you see on screen a video that's put in front of the jury.
Yes,
Can you just explain and confirm what that is?
that's my patrol vehicle with Chad Daybell sitting in the back section where we have our detainees.
And to confirm also, is this the day of June 9th, 2020?
Yes,
So this is all relative to the search that you've been testifying about already?
yes.
Thank you.
You understand why I have to do that?
Yeah.
So you just stay here with them? Okay.
Hi. They said I could talk with you and I didn't want you to be alone.
Judge, I'm going to stop at 1 minute, 1 hour, 3 minutes and 17 seconds and ask a question. Detective Wheeler, are you aware of who is the person that has just approached Mr. Daybell in the vehicle?
His daughter, Emma.
Thank you.
I love you so much.
I love you. Glad you came over.
I thought they had taken you downtown already.
I got about to the Fremont County line.
I saw it as soon as you left me.
Again, stopping at 1 hour, 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Detective Wheeler, can you just explain to the jury the positioning of your patrol vehicle relative to the Daybell property and vantage points that could be seen from where Mr. Daybell is sitting as he sits now?
So we're parked on the south side of the residence. I believe the road is 200 north. So we're just south of the residence and facing west. And so if he were to look right outside of that open door, he would be looking at his house.
And from his sitting position, would he have a vantage point to see the pond area on his property or the fire pit area on his property?
From that position, he would just have to look over to his right shoulder and out that door, kind of towards the back of the vehicle.
What would he be able to see if he did that?
He'd be able to see the fire pit area for sure.
And to be clear, whose remains were found in the fire pit?
That was Tylee.
I'm going to go ahead and play this continuously for a while, Your Honor.
Chased you down and then they came back.
Ron,
Ron?
just concerning the car,
Huh?
I know they,
Yes.
okay,
What's that?
just about the car.
Oh, we'll take care of the car. We're gonna take it.
Is she able
and then
to
we'll-
get it?
Yeah, you can get that. We may have to go through the car, you're arrested in it,
Right,
the things we gotta do, but then.
she can have her bananas and her,
I gave him
First.
food.
We'll try to get the car before it's spoiled.
You can eat it.
so Eric, or Ron, so like my wallet, will that be able for her to pick up, or could I turn
Yeah.
that over to her right now?
Is that in the car, is that here?
It's right here.
That's it's up to you. I don't see, can I look through it? Just make
Sure.
They're going to get Mark.
The police
No,
officer?
Central Guard.
Is there anything that you're gonna need in that?
Well, she'll be running my finances, I suppose, so. That has a little money on it, you could,
Okay, just, so these are credit cards, so you're good if she just takes them,
yeah.
correct?
In the middle drawer on the left side in Mark's room, there's about $9,000 in 2 white envelopes.
Okay.
So get that. Yeah, so we'll talk more about car payments and stuff, but you have that password.
I do.
I believe the Hawaiian,
That's this one.
First Hawaiian Bank, if you use that same password for this account, it's Chad Daybell. What else is in here? The producer there. This has nothing on it. It's like $6. That has to go away. So this, okay, in that same drawer. You can grab it. Is a piece of this that would fit in here, and it's got the company card, company business card. And so just make sure you get that.
And this is all in Mark's room.
Yeah, I put that in there. There's like a pamphlet with a guy who's sitting in a car. It's for the Wells Fargo auto loan.
That's the loan that they went on.
Yeah, and so that we'll talk about. So this has, if you go to Telmate, this is the card that's used.
Okay.
And so all you really do, you could probably just sign in as Chad.Daybell or start your own.
I have an account that I've been talking with Lori on.
Okay. But you could use this
To
card,
add money.
yeah, and to her if needed.
Okay.
So, yeah, she'll need to still have commissary money. Usually puts 30 a week in there. So. And you can probably talk to her too.
Okay.
Mhm. I'm sorry.
I love you so much.
cooperate with them as much as you feel. You know what I mean?
I'm stopping at 107:58, Your Honor. Detective, based on your knowledge, at this point that day in the search, had law enforcement asked for any cooperation from Emma?
I can't testify to that because I don't know the extent of that.
Fair enough. Then narrowing it just to you, had you asked her to do anything or asked for any kind of cooperation from her?
No.
Thank you.
They've been kind to us today. I texted John Pryor, so he has my number. He said thank you.
Okay. And a lot of the company stuff that pays for the house should just auto pay still out of that company account. No, I left 5,000 in there.
Okay,
If you need some, come find me.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions you have?
I think, well, it sounds like you're not gonna be out. in a little
Right.
while. So I think my landlord texted me just to feel bad for me. I think I'm gonna come over here.
That's what I needed you to say, because, yeah, you and Joe,
Stopping at 109:04, Detective Wheeler, I just want to reiterate, we just heard that comment about he's not likely going to be out. At that point in time, you had not formally put him under arrest, is that right?
Aside from placing him in handcuffs and detaining him, no.
But you didn't advise him of potential charges or anything like that at that point?
No.
And as far as you know, had any other law enforcement advised him of any specific charges that he may be facing?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you.
and whatever Mark wants to do, he should stay with either you.
Take care of Mark, I'll take care of Lee. That's the card. I will, Dad.
Hmm.
They'll take care of me. We'll
But-
take care of you the best we can. Sorry to interrupt.
So keep paying the mortgage out of the company.
Okay.
No, you can probably set it up though. I'm trying to, it's Wells Fargo. In that same pamphlet. Remember the password,
I'll look,
but
but I've had a lot of success with mom stuff, just saying, will you help me? My mom died. I'm pretty sure, will you help me? My dad's in jail. It's the same.
it should be paid through July 1st.
Okay,
And I think the car is paid through July 15th. So you shouldn't have any bills to worry about. Yeah, I'm not coming back. So all that stuff that's in the baby room is Lori's and mine. The suitcases you'll see in the box. Just put it in the garage, I guess, after.
store it, see what happens.
You guys can, yeah, you can take that mattress from upstairs, I guess, do what you want, put the books back on the shelf. We're gonna make it through. I'm glad we could talk. I'm glad they let you do this.
I started crying and Lieutenant Ball went, do you want to talk to him? And like, can I? He said, he's just over there. It's like, oh, that changes things. So you probably saw us out there.
Yeah, I was watching. So, boy, things will slow down for you guys and get left alone. But yeah, they'll let you move out of there. You just get over here. You know, get guard.
Well, I
It's still feels better.
would be moving soon. That's what the spirit was telling me, but I didn't know how it'll. I felt like I needed to learn more,
Hmm.
and now I get it.
So yeah, this is essentially the house, and we'll talk to John Pryor about the financial arrangement, but you should be fine for a while.
I think long enough to get on our feet.
I have a lot in that account with the other attorney, so that will take care of me for a while. And maybe we just do a refinance on the house or a home equity loan.
Does it,
I don't think it's gonna break us. I think that might be an option there. I might need to authorize putting you on the
the
mortgage.
account with you? And just probably leave Joe off it?
Yeah. Yeah, keep me on it with you. And
Do you have accounts like that when you're in jail?
I don't know.
I guess this is the part you get to, that there's someone else's accounts.
Well, technically Spring Creek Book Company's office, so you can, we'll manage it that way and find a way.
And you have you can send things through Amazon to the jail?
Yeah.
So like, I couldn't send you a package, but Amazon, if I ordered it through there, it could get to you.
Yeah.
I'll only do that as you ask for stuff.
Lori would know the Amazon account.
I'll talk to her.
Yeah. Cause I have like $265 or so in there as gift certificates. So don't pay.
Yeah, I won't.
We'll get it figured out. It's like Cholo 1105. Same as for Loves Elena at iCloud.com, I believe is the password. I don't know what they're gonna do with the computers. You could probably, it wasn't part of the search warrant.
Are they, do you know, are they leaving the computers?
Well, they were in my bag. They were in the car.
With him?
We'll probably hold on to those and try to get it out.
Okay, but things that are currently in the house will likely be left.
I don't know what's been taken out.
Okay.
When we clear from here, whatever's in there.
It'll be left, okay.
I talked to them and told them the bedrooms and to not mess it up. And they didn't seem like they were gonna lumen all at all.
Okay.
But yeah, get Garth and Beth moved and you guys come over here. It'll work out. It's all in the Lord's hands.
Thank you so much.
We'll talk. Use,
You
use
only-
that cellmate. I don't know if I'm Madison or Fremont. I think they're deciding that right now, but
That's what it sounded like. Detective Ball wouldn't, or Lieutenant Ball wouldn't say because he didn't know.
I'm sure Fremont has a cellmate system.
Well, at Fremont, when I went in to get fingerprinted to teach, I was like in there, like in the jail. I was like in my like teacher clothes, this little recent grad. So I don't know what they do.
Sorry, all the neighbors are gonna be talking, but you
They all
just,
are. We're okay, Dad.
well,
We're okay. You raised us that we're independent now with your wallet.
glad you got that.
We're not Colby.
Right, but yeah, get that money out of there. Probably just put it in your own personal account. Rather than have the cash laying around. So you need some,
I think they've been okay. Talking with her. I might not tell Joe about it either.
about the money.
Yeah, I have an account that's just in my name. I'm just gonna put it in there. Wait,
Well, Garth knows about that money.
Garth doesn't spend this frivolously, Joe.
The checkbooks are in that drawer too. If needed. but you shouldn't need them. If at some point you feel you need to clear out the Hawaii account or something, you can check my email. I have to pick that computer, but my email, that expert password is pretty much
Is that
everything
okay?
for the bank or my email. Cholo 1105, but I think I switched to all of those. Yeah, I talked to Lori just for like 2 minutes. So she's aware they were searching.
Was she surprised?
She seemed bothered or disturbed. I mean, yeah, but so yeah, I'll be fine.
I don't know what they told you, because I asked Lieutenant Ball, where did you find the human remains? 'Cause that's what they told me, is that they found human remains, and I said, well, there are several dogs that have been buried there, and he said, respectfully, Emma, I can tell the difference of human remains. And I asked, where was it? And he said, over by the pond, under that tree, that it was in the ground and had boards over it.
Okay.
But that didn't, Jason and I have walked all over there.
Yeah.
That, and I can see in your face that surprised you, that, because they asked, do you want to know what he's charged for? And then they went, well, actually, we don't have it. They said, we don't want to tell you something wrong.
How they're gonna.
And so he told me that what they're looking at is that they found one body with the probable cause. There's likely two. So I asked, are you gonna search the property forever until it's found? And he said, well, no, but we're going to look. And he said, because I said, what about, this is the home for my siblings and there's a baby. And he said, if you're not able to get back in tonight, we'll hook them up with a hotel. Said, you're not in trouble.
I think they'll let them back.
I
There's nothing in the house. They haven't.
Stopping at 1 hour, 19 minutes and 17 seconds. Detective Wheeler, at that point, to the best that you can recall, was any of the search focused inside of the house?
Not that I can recall.
So the focus, as based on your memory, was all outside of the house.
Correct.
Focused on the house at all.
We've kind of been looking in it in the yard.
Yeah, I mean, Mark gets back, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I think we're okay coming over. We just have to have law enforcement escort us onto the scene and
We'll make it through.
Mark deals with trauma weird that he just acts vaguely unimpressed. So I called him and said, Dad got arrested, and he said, well, I guess I should come home. Yeah, Mark, you should.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't need to go. Yeah.
I don't want to. Joe is home. He's home and he has Chase. Garth and Seth went in Garth's car to pick up Mark.
So if you can get
Another
that.
couple seconds.
Okay, okay. Yeah, just in the, let Mark use the Equinox or however you rearrange the cars. But yeah, it's all a matter of timing. It seemed to come together. But I love you.
Love you very much. Thank you for letting me speak with him.
Yes. Just when that cellmate, once I'm available to talk, we can talk. So, thank you. Love you.
Now, stopping at 121:16. For the record, I'm going to advance to 121:39. 121-36. Detective Wheeler, I just invite you to watch carefully what Chad does, and I'm going to stop and let you explain any significance to that. Stopping at 121-47. Detective, what direction is Mr. Daybell looking when he just turned his head and looked back?
It appears to me he's looking over to the fire pit area.
And that is in fact where Tylee's remains were found.
Yes,
And you were present when her remains were found, is that correct?
I was.
Can you just briefly describe what your observations were when you were involved in that process?
So I had been tasked with helping carefully excavate around the remains. The odor was horrible. The decay had set in. We were trying to get pieces of flesh and bones as much kept together as possible until we were able to get most of it out and laid out and packaged.
Thank you. And to be clear for the jury, before you became involved in the actual search and helped find Tylee, what did you do with Chad in the back of your patrol car?
So shortly after that, we were asked to transport him to the Fremont County Jail. So Detective Schmidt and I transported him to that facility.
So then what did you do after you transported him back to the jail?
I was asked to come back to the scene, and that's where I was informed that they'd also found an area where
I'm going to object at this point. That calls for hearsay.
It sounds like there wasn't foundation for that, so I'll sustain that.
So when you returned, what did you do specifically?
I assisted in searching the area of the fire pit.
And were you the lead investigator at that point?
No.
Was there a lead investigator?
Yes.
And were you following directions from whomever that was?
Yes.
As you recall, who was that person?
It would have been either Lieutenant Ball or Detective Hermosillo, but I can't say for sure.
There's no doubt you were a subordinate. Is that fair?
No doubt.
I think the last question, about how long were you back at the property in this process of recovering Tylee's remains?
I had returned back to the property at approximately 1:30 or 2 in the afternoon after I dropped Chad off. And we were there the rest of that day and into the next day, the 10th.
Approximately how many hours the rest of that day were you there?
I had to estimate another 5 or 6. I also assisted in setting up light trailers and things for scene security overnight. Sorry, light trailers.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have any further questions. I might ask as a courtesy to counsel if he wants me to leave my laptop and the exhibit in case he wants to play from it.
Judge, I can use my own laptop and I've marked as exhibit number 63 on my list, a copy of the outside video that Officer Wheeler was involved in. There's 2 videos that we stipulated to. Just as a precaution, Judge, and it's not that I don't trust Mr. Wixom's technology, but I'd ask Mr. Wixom to stipulate to the admission of my exhibit number 63, which I'll make a representation is the exact audio video of the outside of the stop of Mr. Daybell.
We do not object, Your Honor. We believe it will precisely mirror and should precisely mirror exhibit 300B from the state that you've already admitted.
Let me be really clear on that then. So we've already admitted 2 exhibits. I really don't want a duplicate exhibit. And it sounds like 300B would be the same as 63.
That's what I believe based on the representations of counsel, yes.
All right, counsel, if there's a way to use the same single exhibit, I would prefer that to avoid any confusion in the record.
Judge, for convenience, would Mr. Wixom permit me to use my video of 63 for demonstrative purposes with this witness?
Council, why don't you work that out? I think what we'll do is take a mid-morning recess before you begin cross, Mr. Pryor. And if you'll talk just for a moment, we've already admitted 300B. And so again, I'm just hesitant to have a duplicate video showing the same thing. I guess I'm not, maybe I could be convinced, but I think it's best practice to have one exhibit for one video.
Certainly.
So if your file works in his computer, perhaps he can just use his computer with the admitted court exhibit 300B.
It's fine with me, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'll take a look at that on the break, let's go ahead and take our mid-morning recess. Let's try to reconvene again in 30 minutes.
Your Honor, for the record, I wanted to turn in the exhibit that I just played because there was the issue with the other player, just so the court can keep track of what was just played.
Okay, yeah, that'll be the one that will be the 300A.
Thank you.
All right. We'll be in
All right,
recess.
please.
Thank you. Please be seated. You can go now. And then we'll have the jurors brought in, please. All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we concluded our mid-morning recess at this time then. Detective Wheeler's still on the stand, still under oath for his testimony. And this will be the time for cross-examination. When you get to any exhibits, we did discuss those in the sidebar. And Mr. Pryor, you can just move for admissions of any exhibits you have with this cross-examination. So.
And Judge, by stipulation of the parties are stipulating to Defense Exhibit 63, which represents the body cam of Officer Wheeler, which I don't think has been brought up yet.
All right, Exhibit 63 was clarified. It is not the same as what we previously said was 300B. So 63 is a new exhibit, and I understand the state's reviewed that. Is there any objection to Exhibit 63 being admitted? All right, Exhibit 63 is admitted then. Mr. Pryor, you can commence with your cross.
And Judge, at the appropriate time, I'll ask permission to publish when I get to that point.
Very well.
Officer Wheeler, I just want to clarify a couple of things if we could.
Yep.
I want to clarify your role from the morning when you arrived at 7 a.m. and your testimony is you did arrive at about 7 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then what was your role immediately at 7 a.m.?
So I assisted in securing the front roadway that goes in front of the property, 1900 East. And then just assisting with any crowd control and traffic control at that intersection in that road.
Okay, was there a significant crowd there at that point?
No, there had not been right at 7.
Okay, and approximately how many officers were there at the time?
I can't testify to that.
Okay, you did say multiple agencies, right?
Correct.
Those agencies would include the FBI,
Yes.
the Rexburg Police Department,
Yes.
the Fremont County Police Department,
Sheriff's office.
Sheriff's office. Give me Sheriff's Office, yes. Madison County as well?
I don't recall seeing any Madison County to my knowledge.
Okay, any other citizens there other than law enforcement who were present that you recognized
Not on the property, no.
on the 9th?
Not on it. Nope.
Okay. Okay. Now, your duties at the time back on this date of 2020, what was your primary job other than this, working on this case at that time?
I was a sergeant in patrol, so helping with scheduling, shift coverage.
So you would also go out on patrol and you would do, that was part of your role, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And and at the time, you were, this is where I'm a little confused. At the time you were with the Rexburg Police Department or were you with a different agency?
Rexburg Police Department.
Okay. And as part of your duties, as part of your role as a sergeant, supervisory role, you had a vehicle with a camera inside, right?
Yes.
And the camera also videotaped outside, is that right?
Yes.
And as part of your role in a supervisory position with the Rexburg Police Department, you also carried a body cam, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and it was standard for you to carry a body cam as part of your role as in a supervisory position, is that right?
For patrol, yes.
Okay, okay. Now, in describing Fremont County, that's a rural part of town out near Mr. Daybell's place, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from 7 o'clock until what time did you leave your role as your supervisory position in overseeing the comings and goings of people going onto the property?
I would say when I was asked to make the traffic stop.
So in other words, you were there at 7 a.m. And when you made the traffic stop, and again, what time was that?
Believe it was approximately 11:20 a.m.
Okay, so you were there for approximately 4 hours and 20 minutes. Your role was to supervise the outside of the property there and obviously keep an eye on Mr. Daybell, right?
Correct.
Okay. And from 7 o'clock until 11 o'clock, again, tell me where Mr. Daybell's whereabouts were?
So initially he got into his car, moved it to the west side of his home in the driveway. Later took it over to the house kitty corner from his property and then left southbound on 1900 East.
Okay, so from the time he parked the car in the driveway, how long did he sit in the driveway?
This would be an estimation,
Oh, that's-
approximately an hour, 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay, so and I'm not going to hold you to this.
Yeah.
7 to 8 o'clock is fair for him being in the driveway.
He didn't exit the house till 7:30
Okay, 7 to 8:30 in the driveway?
approximately.
And then you saw him get in his car. And you said that the tail end was backed into the garage, right?
At his property, yes.
So the tail end of his vehicle was to the back where the garage is.
Correct.
And how far from the back of the garage was Mr. Daybell's bumper? Can you tell me?
I couldn't.
Was it close? Was it far?
To the garage?
Yeah.
Back bumper to the garage?
Yeah.
I know you could walk between it.
You could walk between it.
Yes.
So there wasn't 30 feet, but it was closer to just a couple of feet to get behind.
I can't testify to that.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay. So then approximately about 8:30, you saw the car exit and he drove over to Emma's place. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. Did he have any contact with law enforcement up until that time?
he had.
He had?
Yes.
Do you know who spoke with him?
I don't know everybody that spoke to him when they made contact inside the home originally.
So at some point, he was advised that they found remains on his property. When did that take place?
That didn't take place to my knowledge until he was stopped on a traffic stop.
Oh, okay. So and this is where I'm kind of confused. And please, educate me a little bit. So you said that Mr. Daybell was in Emma's house, his daughter's house, for about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And while he was in the house, you didn't see him try to run away or flee or do anything like that, right?
Correct.
He didn't have any knowledge of anything going on out on his property other than there were multiple police officers out there, right?
I can't testify to that. I don't know what he could see from that home.
Well, as a patrol officer, you understand, and as a sergeant, you understand that when someone is stopped for a traffic ticket, there's a certain amount of anxiety with people when that happens to them. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And would you agree then that if there are 30 police officers, 30 plus police officers showing up at your property and looking all over your property outside, not inside, but outside, would that tend to think that maybe you're a little curious about what's going on your property?
It could.
And that doesn't mean that you're guilty of anything. That doesn't mean you have any knowledge. What that means is you're curious about, why are there 30 officers wandering around my property? Wouldn't you agree with that?
That could be the case.
Okay, thank you. So then when Mr. Daybell left Emma's house, it's your testimony that he sped off. Is that what your testimony was?
I believe it appeared that he was speeding.
It appeared he was speeding. Okay. So he doesn't have any knowledge about what's going on the property at that point, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay,
I don't know what
he hasn't been told by anybody from the law enforcement agency that that they found something on his property. Is that fair?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. And then in your testimony, and maybe he wasn't speeding, maybe he was going fast. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so he wasn't racing off then, correct?
He accelerated quicker than,
Okay. And the speed limit on Salem Highway, and I've been on there a couple of times, is about 50 miles an hour. Starts slow, but when you get right on Salem Highway, it's a 50-mile-an-hour road.
Council's testifying.
Okay, I'll ask him, Judge Ensign.
Hold on. Again, when there's an objection, I don't want an immediate argument back. I want a moment to rule, and that objection is overruled.
Okay.
So you can re-ask and the officer can answer if he knows, knowing he's a law enforcement officer in the
Okay.
area.
Do you have knowledge of what the speed limit is on Salem Highway in front of Mr. Daybell's house?
50 miles an hour.
Okay, so 50 miles an hour. So if you're pulling out of a driveway and Emma's where she used to live is right on Salem Highway, right?
Correct.
So it wouldn't be unusual for someone to pull into traffic and start accelerating into going down the road, right?
No.
Okay. Now, I saw on the body cam, did you have a chance to go look over your body cam?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you review that?
Couple days ago. I don't remember
Okay,
the date.
now I saw on the body cam, and if we have to, we'll play this for everybody if you have trouble remembering something, but I saw on the body cam where you pull up and Mr. Daybell stopped in a vehicle and you get out of the vehicle. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then you walked up to, it looked like there were about 4 or 5 officers there, right?
I know that there were 2 unmarked surveillance officers that were there with me at that time.
Okay, but Officer Hermosillo was there.
He arrived shortly after.
Officer Ball was there.
Arrived shortly after.
And as soon as they arrived and you walked up, there was a discussion to Mr. Daybell about where he was going. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Did you have a discussion that he was going to visit somebody that morning?
I did not.
Did he have a discussion about having a meeting with his lawyer that morning?
Not to my
Remember that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So you have no recollection of the discussion of anyone at that point pointing out to Mr. Daybell that he can't go see his lawyer. The lawyer can come to him.
I do recall overhearing a statement about his lawyer.
Okay, so now you remember the statement about the lawyer. So gleaming from that statement, you were to understand that Mr. Daybell was in the process of going to see his lawyer, right?
No,
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask to publish the body cam that's been previously admitted into evidence, and I'll see if I can get this to go.
And that'll be exhibit 63.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's pretty dogs coming through, I believe, with the on the follow tape.
What do we got? Do we know what we have?
I don't know what they want.
Yeah, go and step out here for us. They just asked us to stop you, so just come right here. They're gonna come and chat with you, okay? Just stand right here. You don't have anything on you? No weapons or nothing?
Okay, Shannon. Are you aware? So we're gonna detain you for a minute. We'll figure out what we're gonna do. Well, your attorney can now come to you.
Okay. So it's difficult to hear Mr. Daybell, but he commented to the officer when the officer inquired, what he was doing. Do you now recall that?
I couldn't hear what
Okay.
he said.
But the officer's response to Mr. Daybell was, now your lawyer can come to see you. Did you recognize that?
Yes,
Which officer, by the way, said that?
I believe that was Lieutenant Ball.
Okay, so Lieutenant Ball is the one who said, your officer can come to you now. Is that fair? Your
Attorney,
lawyer can come to you now.
yes,
Okay. So it appears that Mr. Daybell was in the process of going to see his lawyer that morning.
I can't testify that.
Right. But according to Lieutenant Ball's comment, your lawyer can come to you now. It sort of presumes that, doesn't it?
I could presume that he was trying to call or wanted to talk to his attorney first.
Okay, and he was doing that in his car as he was driving away, right?
I don't know that.
Or he was doing that driving down the road instead of spending another hour in his house with Emma, talking to his lawyer on the phone. He chose to instead, well, I'll just get in the car and.
Objection, Your Honor, it's calling for speculation.
Sustained.
And then after that point, you put Chad into handcuffs, right?
Yes,
Put him in the back of your car.
yes,
And that was the video that we observed with Mr. Wixom, correct?
correct.
Okay. Now, do you recall, Mr. Daybell, on the video that you looked at with Mr. Wixom, where Mr. Daybell mentions, I don't know what they're charging me with. Do you record him saying that?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you also record him, or also recall him, excuse me, saying to Emma, cooperate as much as you feel. Remember Emma saying that?
yes.
Okay. At what point during that process was Mr. Daybell advised that they found a body on his property?
Right prior to this clip right here.
Okay. And at the point that he was having a discussion with his daughter, Emma, at that point, he didn't know what he was being charged with, correct?
Not to my knowledge,
Nobody told him what he was being charged with, correct?
not to my knowledge.
But it's a pretty serious allegation if you get put in a set of handcuffs and put behind a van, and then suddenly they say, we found a body on your property, right?
Could you repeat the question?
That's a pretty serious allegation.
Yes,
In your traffic experience, that's not something that happens every day, right?
right.
So at that point, Mr. Daybell is put in the back of the car, Chad's put in the back of the car, and Emma was allowed to talk with him, right?
Correct.
So we don't know what was going on in Mr. Daybell's mind, do we?
I don't.
Right. And we don't know what he's thinking, right?
Right.
But we do know that he's been told, guess what? They found a body on your property, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're in handcuffs. Right?
Correct.
And then Mr. Daybell says, we're going to make it through this, right?
Yes, sir.
And he's talking to his daughter about financial, where he can come up with money, credit cards, business accounts that he has, things like that, correct?
They were discussing those.
Right. So the purpose of discussing that, we don't know whether he was doing that to try to figure out a way if he could post bond on a release after he's being accused of this, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that, right? We don't know what the reason for him trying to get his financials in order, right?
Right.
Now, I want to go back to the driveway. And originally, Chad was parked in a driveway from the south side. There's a driveway that comes in through the south, right?
Yeah, southeast of the residence.
Southeast of the residence. A long driveway that gets right into the middle of the, what I would call the backyard, the lawn area of the yard, right?
Correct.
Okay, now that's where he originally was parked, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that parked in that location gives you the best view of the fire pit and the pond?
I don't know about the pond because there was a shed there, but the fire pit.
Clearly the fire pit, right?
Correct.
And you don't know about the pond because the pond is off back on a portion of the property set back a little further, right?
Correct.
And it's a distance to see it, correct? That'd be fair, wouldn't it? Fair?
Distance is pretty relative, I guess.
Okay. Well, how far from where Mr. Daybell was parked to looking at the tree where they found JJ's remains?
I couldn't testify to an exact
Okay.
distance.
All right, fair enough. It's a distance though. This isn't his backyard, right?
You could see it easily,
Okay, you could see it easily from that location where he was.
distance wise, that amount of distance.
Okay, but the remains of both of these children were found in the pasture area, right?
Yes.
So if we say what I'm talking about, the backyard, would you agree with me that the backyard is where this driveway is and where the lawn is? That would be really the backyard. Would you agree with that?
That's landscaped as grass, yes.
Right, okay, and then beyond a fence is the fire pit, and then further down off in the far, which would be the northeast corner, is a tree with a pond back some ways away from the house, right?
To the north of the fire pit.
Right. So this is what I'm struggling with. This is where I'm having some difficulty. If you have such a good view of the fire pit and the pond with the tree where JJ was found, if your purpose is to observe and see what's going on for some nefarious reason, why would he move?
I believe he was advised to, so they could get crime scene stuff in and out of that driveway.
Okay, so he was told he had to get out of there.
I believe so.
Okay, do you know who told him that?
I don't.
Okay. So then he drives out and goes in front of the house in the driveway.
Correct.
There's no other place to go. He has to go in the driveway, right?
If he wants to remain at the house, yes.
Right. And it's your testimony that he was looking around a little bit at that point, right?
Correct.
Okay, so, you know, he wasn't emotional at that point, right?
I didn't have a good vantage point to
Okay.
determine that.
He didn't have a look of fear on his face at that point. Is that right?
Not that I could see.
Okay. He didn't have a look of nervousness or tension or anything like that, did he?
I believe that he did
You believe he did?
Yes.
Are you basing that on him turning his head and looking around?
multiple times.
Okay, how many times is multiple?
There was 4 or 5, and then him exiting the vehicle.
Okay, okay. So if someone is on your property and there are 30 police officers digging around on your property, you don't think someone would be curious about what's going on your property?
That's why I said that I believe he was nervous.
Okay, he was curious.
It could be both, yes.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. But then he didn't run at that point, right?
No,
He went over to his daughter's, right?
correct.
And he was there for an hour and a half, almost 2 hours. Right?
Correct.
And then we just saw the video. He got accelerated a little bit, 50 miles an hour on Salem Highway. And when he stopped, he was planning on going to see his lawyer. Right?
I don't know that.
Okay. Well, why would Lieutenant Ball say he's gonna have to come to you? Was that
Calls
just
for
what he-
speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Lieutenant Ball said to him, your lawyer's gonna have to come to you, right?
Something along those lines, yes.
So there was at least a discussion about going to see the lawyer, right?
I don't know that.
Okay. You just think that was a statement Lieutenant Ball would just throw out there?
Judge, this has been asked and answered. It's a pure speculation. The witness doesn't know.
I'll move on, Judge.
Well, again, I'd like to be allowed a chance to rule on that, and it is sustained as asked and answered. So do move on, Mr. Pryor.
Now, after you put Chad in the back of the car and what we talked about with Emma, talking about the finances, and there was a time when Emma made a comment that I can tell by your expression that you didn't know what was going on out there, something to that effect. You remember hearing that?
Yes,
Okay, and you saw Chad's eyes when they talked about the body and his expression. So he had a reaction to that surprise. Would you agree with that?
I couldn't see that.
Okay. But obviously we have the video and we can make our own determination at some point, right?
Sure.
What the reaction was when he's told about a body that was being found. Okay. So then subsequent to that time, after Emma left, if you look at the outside camera of the premises, Chad, at one point, you talked about this, looked back, right? And you said that was towards the fire pit, right?
There were multiple times that he looked back towards that area, yes.
But if he was looking back, if you look at the position of the car, isn't it true that he was actually looking back at his daughter walking away and Officer Dave Hope behind the vehicle?
I don't know.
You don't know
Where-
what he was looking at?
No, I don't know where Emma was at. She lives in front of the vehicle, so I don't know why she would be behind it.
Okay, and then the video speaks for itself, though, as to what exactly Chad was looking at, right?
It shows what direction he was looking at.
Okay, on the outside body, the outside cam of your vehicle, right?
In the front, I don't know what outside cam you're talking
The
about.
camera that was recording the encounter from the outside of your vehicle.
My body cam,
No, there were two cameras there. There was
front car camera,
a front car camera, and then there was the one inside the car as well, right?
correct.
Okay. But the cameras will speak to themselves as to where Chad was looking, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I may be mistaken. But I thought you previously testified that by looking straight out the window, the way Chad's vehicle was positioned, that looking straight out the driver's or the passenger side window or the window he was in would be right directly at the fire pit. Isn't that what you testified to?
his residence.
Okay. So you're telling me that by looking behind or back, he's looking away from his residence. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. So again, what time did you drop Chad off at the jail?
Believe it was approximately 12:45.
Okay. And I just need to clarify something else. How, have you been on that property before?
Prior to that day?
Yeah.
No,
Okay. All right. But you saw cadaver dogs there on that day?
yes,
Okay. And again, what time did you get back from after you dropped Chad off?
back to the residence approximately 13:30, 1:30.
And for those of us who aren't in the military,
Sorry,
that'd be 1:30, right?
approximately 1:30 PM. Yeah.
Okay. I can do that math, I think. And then you were there until what time at night?
I don't recall the exact time until we decided to
Okay.
convene till the next day.
And your primary goal at that point was excavation, is that right?
After I had returned, they reassigned me to help with the property.
Okay, and what role specifically? Were you at the fire pit or were you at the tree back behind the pasture there?
Primarily the fire pit area.
Okay, and do you recall who was with you at the fire pit?
There were multiple people.
When you say multiple, how many are we talking about?
I don't even want to estimate. There
That
was,
many?
there was people coming and going.
Oh,
So I don't
okay.
recall who was there and when.
And they were handing off the shovels and the tools used to do that?
Not necessarily handing them off, maybe expanding areas to look at and sift through.
And at one time, how many people would you say were digging around the fire pit with you?
I don't want to testify to that. I don't know.
You don't want to testify or you
I
don't
don't
know?
know. I don't know for sure how many.
Was it more than 2?
Yes,
Was it more than 4?
yes.
Was it more than 8?
I don't, no, I don't know.
Okay, and were you using just shovels?
No, they had sifters, hand tools, shovels.
So shovels, sifters, hand tools, anything else, or is that it?
Not that I can recall.
Other than digging in the dirt in the fire pit, was there any other obstruction in the fire pit that you recall having difficulty with?
Repeat that question.
Any difficulty in digging in the soil when you were at the fire pit?
Where we found Tylee's
Yes,
remains.
where Tylee's remains were found.
Just how careful we wanted to be.
Okay. So there were no boards, there were no obstructions, there were no rocks or anything like that. It was soil that you had to dig through. Is that fair?
There was some clumps of rock or hard.
Yeah, but nothing else, just small clumps?
Not that I recall.
Okay, and were you there primarily for a significant amount of the time of the excavation?
Yes.
Okay, okay, good. And Judge, I think that's all I have. I think that's all I have at this point.
All right, if we could have the published exhibit removed from the screen there, Mr. Pryor. Did we note on the record the time frame stamped when that stopped? We may not have.
109, 103, it looks like, Judge.
Okay,
A
thank you.
minute 3 looks like when it was stopped is what I look like I have, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll let council return then and we'll have redirect Mr. Wixom.
Detective Wheeler, you were asked several questions by Mr. Pryor about, in your experience, different reactions that people have in terms of levels of nervousness.
Yes.
And he asked you a question about whether or not someone might typically get nervous with a simple traffic stop. Correct. Answer that. Can you just explain, is that your common experience as a law enforcement?
Yes, I think that most people do get a little nervous when they get stopped by police.
Yeah. In your experience, when someone's about to have a serious crime such as bodies on their property found, would they normally get nervous?
I would assume, yes.
Would they be curious and looking back at the property where the bodies were buried?
Yes.
So if they,
Officer, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you just speak more directly?
I'm
into the
sorry.
mic? You
Yep.
kind of moved over and we're
Sorry.
not getting your signal.
in your experience, Detective Wheeler, if someone is about to be discovered in a crime, about to be caught in a crime, have you ever experienced someone just acknowledging that and just surrendering because they know they're caught?
It is common for suspects when confronted with possibly getting caught to try to distance themselves from whatever they're getting.
What, let me ask you a different way. So have you ever experienced a situation where evidence was being found immediately and the reaction of the suspect was just to accept it and not resist or argue or react in any way? Judge, this, oh,
Overruled.
go ahead now. Answer that question,
We
please.
repeat that question.
Have you ever, in your experience as a law enforcement officer, ever been in a situation where evidence was about to be discovered that incriminated the suspect and they just reacted calmly without any nervousness and just basically acquiesced?
Very few times.
But it has happened?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Pryor asked a question about when Mr. Daybell was looking back at the property and he was looking curiously. Do you remember that question?
Correct.
Yeah. Would you say that another reason why someone might be curious about all these law enforcement digging on your property could be that you were aware they're about to find bodies that you knew were buried on your property? Could that cause curiosity?
Yes.
Mr. Pryor asked you a question about the speed in the roadway in front of Mr. Daybell's property. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. And again, what was the speed on that road?
50 miles an hour.
And I think you testified that it may not be abnormal for someone living on that street to drive out into the street and then quickly accelerate to 50 miles an hour or more.
Correct.
Yeah. Would you disagree that someone who believed that bodies that were buried on his property might be a reason, in addition to that, why they might quickly get on the roadway and drive away quickly and accelerate like you've talked about?
Yes.
There's been some discussion as well. There's some questions from Mr. Pryor about the fire pit. And I just want to flesh that out a bit. You testified earlier that you were present when Tylee's remains were recovered,
Yes.
and you participated in that.
Yes.
We've talked about the fire pit. Are you familiar with what's been called a pet cemetery on that property?
Yes.
Overruled.
Can you explain to the jury, were any of Tylee's remains found in the pet cemetery?
So when I became involved, I don't know what the team had designated as cemetery and fire pit. So I can't testify to where exactly they had designated those points, but they were in that area that I assisted.
Did you become familiar with at least generally where the team was, what they were calling was the pet cemetery?
Sustained.
Did you receive any knowledge based upon what the team effort was, what had been designated by law enforcement there as what they were going to call the pet cemetery?
Mr. Wixom.
Because I'm asking based on his knowledge, simply if he knew what law enforcement designated as that area.
Mr. Pryor, please enter the microphone.
And in response to that, that knowledge would only be obtained through hearsay. Renew my objection, Your Honor.
What would be the exception, Mr. Wixom?
Judge, I'm not offering to prove it for the truth of the matter as to where the pet cemetery was. I'm simply asking this witness if he knew that area, generally speaking, as they were conducting their investigation for the remains, the area that they were calling that. But that's all.
Judge, and it's absolutely being asked for the truth of the matter asserted. That's exactly why he's asking it.
The objection's overruled. I find it as an exception to the hearsay rule, and the officer can answer the question.
I was familiar with the area called the pet cemetery.
And where was the pet cemetery in relation to the fire pit?
It was to the west and to the side a little bit, not very far away.
So in your earlier testimony, when you talked about the direction that Mr. Daybell was looking in the back of your patrol car, remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you testified you used the term fire pit.
Yes.
Can I just be clear for the jury? Was the pet cemetery in the same general direction as the fire pit where Mr. Daybell was looking?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about the use of shovels and tools in attempting to recover Tylee's remains.
Yes.
Could you explain a little bit more to the jury what kind of cautions and efforts were made to uncover those remains?
The majority of what I did, I was on my hands and knees with brushes and little hand tools, removing portions of dirt away from the mass that we had found.
Without being too graphic, when you were removing those portions of dirt, did you personally find any portion of her remains?
Yes.
Can you describe those remains that you'd found?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Basis.
He doesn't have the knowledge to identify remains, Judge. I haven't heard anything foundation-wise to allow him to make that kind of an assessment.
Well, on the objection, Mr. Wixom, he can testify to what he found. I don't know that there's enough foundation to accurately identify who was found.
Okay. Detective Wheeler, did you find what you believe to be human remains?
Yes.
Can you be specific about what you were finding?
We found a portion of a skull and started to uncover that. Then there was flesh and other bones in a bucket, melted.
And at the time that the search was being conducted, were you aware of the names of the people whose remains they were looking for?
Yes.
What were those names?
JJ and Tylee.
At any point in time, besides the remains of Tylee and the remains of JJ, were any other human remains found on the property?
No.
So going back to the method and the manner that you used to recover these remains, you said, I think you said you used a brush at points.
Brushes and hand tools.
Why did you use those specific types of tools?
To try to keep what we were uncovering together without falling apart.
Not to be oversimplistic, but why is that important in this kind of a recovery in the ground of remains? Why do you need to do that?
I think it assists in identification purposes and evidence collecting, so we don't lose anything.
Is it fair to say that that's a careful process?
Yes.
You were asked questions about passing off shovels or different shovels and tools. When you were engaged in this recovery of her remains and you observed other law enforcement, did you ever see anybody in any way haphazardly use those tools?
Judge, objection, mischaracterizing the question and the testimony.
Overruled.
I didn't see anybody using them. I don't know the word that you used. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Did you see anybody using them in any way that was haphazard or not cautious?
No.
So at no point when the remains were being recovered, did you see any conduct by law enforcement that wasn't conscientious and careful?
No.
I think you're a 17-year law enforcement veteran, is that correct?
18.
18, thank you. Are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. We're going well beyond the scope of cross-examination.
I'd like a quick sidebar. All right, thank you, counsel. After the sidebar, the court is sustaining the objection, and I'll move to strike that last question. So, Mr. Wixom, if you could ask a different question, please.
Thank you. Detective Wheeler, if someone gets in a car and flees quickly or appears to, what can that be indicative of?
Judge, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Could be that they have knowledge that something is going to be found or some sort of guilt.
Would that go back to that term, consciousness of guilt?
Judge, can we approach? Sidebar, please.
All right, after sidebar, the court is again striking that last question. Mr. Wixom, if you'd move on to another question, please.
Certainly. Just a last couple of questions. Can you explain again the timing of when Mr. Daybell had left the property and as to when you'd found out that JJ's remains had been found?
Later, I had discovered that it was simultaneously, meaning as Chad was leaving, detectives were coming around the house and saw him leaving and advised me to stop him.
Judge, I'm going to move to strike. It's hearsay.
Response, Mr. Rickson.
Your Honor, I can re-ask the question.
Very well.
Yeah. When you had stopped Mr. Daybell and had him get out of the car and come back to the back, you indicated that that's when he was met by the 4 or 5 officers, including Lieutenant Ball. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And we just saw the video where the first thing Lieutenant Ball said was, "We found JJ's remains."
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
That happened how long after Mr. Daybell had gotten his car and drove away?
Just prior.
Moments, seconds, what's your best recollection?
I wasn't back there, so I don't know the exact time they located him, but
I'm asking the statement from Lieutenant Ball to Chad,
right.
that timing, how long was that statement made to him? How much earlier had he driven away?
Oh, just within minutes.
And when you were there helping with Tylee's remains, I think you testified earlier that you weren't directly involved with the recovery of JJ's remains,
Correct.
but you were on scene and you made observations about that.
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not, pursuant to that search warrant or the way the search was conducted, was law enforcement looking inside the house for remains?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I can't testify to that.
The whole time where you were there, did you see any law enforcement going inside the house?
Just at the beginning when they made contact.
And then after that, did they all go outside?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as you are aware, all of the search was happening outside on the property.
Yes.
Is there any question that you have as to the direction that Chad was looking on your patrol cam when he looks back over his right shoulder? What direction was he looking?
Judge, that's a compound question. And he's asking an affirmation from this witness. I'm going to object.
Well, on the compound, it's sustained.
What direction was Chad looking when he was looking over his right shoulder in the patrol cam?
In the direction of the fire pit and pet cemetery.
You were asked about this several times by Mr. Pryor. Is there any question that regardless of what else he may have been able to see or look at, that general direction was right at the pet cemetery?
Judge, this has been asked and answered by counsel.
Sustained.
Thank
It's
you.
asked and answered.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Judge, there were some issues that were brought up. I'd like the opportunity.
In limited scope, all out, Mr.
Thank you,
Pryor.
Your Honor. Now, officer, I heard an interesting comment from you. As you were testifying, you made a comment that I subsequently learned. Did you talk to anybody about your testimony at the break in this case?
No.
You didn't talk to any other law enforcement?
No.
So when you said that you subsequently learned, when did that knowledge come to you?
What are you referencing?
I'm referencing the fact that you subsequently, now I forgot what the context of that was. We're going to move on, Judge. And it may come to me. I want to clarify a couple of things. When you say that Mr. Daybell left when he learned about finding remains on his property, was that when he was parked in the driveway?
In his residence?
Yeah.
When he left Emma's residence in his vehicle, shortly after I learned that JJ body was found.
Okay, so and that's what I'm trying to clarify a little bit. So Mr. Daybell was parked in the driveway, then he went over to Emma's residence, and it's unclear, and I understand that we don't know whether he was there for an hour and a half or for 2 hours in Emma's residence, right?
Yes,
And at that point, he didn't know anything about anything being on the property that has been located by law enforcement at that point. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what he could see from there.
Okay, but he wasn't told by anybody that they found anything at that point, correct?
Not by me,
Right, or anybody else,
not that I know of.
right? And then when he gets in his vehicle and he drives away, the prosecutor eloquently used the words fleeing, but we don't know what he was thinking at that point, do we?
No,
And only after he was stopped by you and those other several officers and notified what was going on, that's when he learned about it, after he drove away and after he had driven down the road, correct?
I can't testify to what he knew.
Okay, but he was told about the remains at that point. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
All right, I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude the testimony of this witness. Is this witness going to be recalled by either side?
I may recall him, Judge.
We may call him later by the state, Your Honor, but he can be excused for today as far as the state is concerned.
All right, well, Detective Wheeler, if you are to be recalled, again, you're still under an exclusionary order, so you are not permitted to view any of the footage of the trial, the testimony that's being live streamed, or discuss your testimony further until you return to testify. Otherwise, you may be excluded from testifying. So please keep that admonishment in mind in between now and when you may be recalled in the case. With that, then that will conclude this Detective Wheeler's testimony. And let me inquire from the state. Do you have another witness we can get started with before we take lunch?
No, we could.
We could begin with Lieutenant Joe Powell.
Let's go ahead and get a next witness started and try to go till noon before we take lunch, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me?
All right, Lieutenant Powell's been sworn. Before we get started with testimony, let me just indicate again, there's an exclusionary rule in this case. Lieutenant Powell, have you been observing any of the trial testimony in this case since it started?
No,
All right, have you discussed anyone else's testimony that's come before you in the trial?
no.
All right, with that in mind, Mr. Wixom, then you can go ahead and inquire on direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Lieutenant Powell.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Joseph Powell, Powell.
And where do you work?
Vermont County Sheriff's Office?
What is your lieutenant, correct?
Yes,
How long have you worked for that office?
22 years.
Have you ever worked as a law enforcement officer anywhere else?
No,
How long have you been a detective?
I was a detective for about 4.5 years.
What was your prior rank?
Patrol,
And have you been post-certified?
yes.
Could you briefly explain to the jury what that involves?
You go to the post academy. When I went through, it was 12 weeks of training.
Have you ever received any additional training or certification?
Yes, they require 40 hours every 2 years, so the continuing education.
So over the last 22 years, roughly 11 times you've had to get 40 hours of training.
That just went in effect, but yeah, there's lots of hours of training.
Did you get any specific training as a detective?
Yes,
And did you work as a detective prior to becoming a lieutenant?
yes,
How many years?
about 4.5 years.
I want to Well, first let me ask this. As a lieutenant, is it ever part of your role to become involved with unattended deaths?
Yes.
Could you just explain to the jury, what does that term mean, an unattended death?
There's nobody around when they wake up, they discover somebody's dead. There's nobody around to know what happened.
So why would law enforcement want to be involved and just look at that situation?
To see if there's any foul play.
I want to draw your attention back to nearly 5 years ago, back in October of 2019. Do you recall ever being involved in an unattended death of Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I was notified of her unattended death.
And who are you notified by?
Detective Mattingly.
Why did he notify you?
When there's an unattended death in Fremont, they notify the lieutenant, the chief deputy, and the sheriff.
What's the purpose to have your subordinates notify you about that?
So if there's any questions or they need help with the part of the investigation, and so the sheriff knows what's going on in the county.
Excuse me. What was the date of that? Do you recall?
October 19th, 2019.
At that point in time, what was your understanding of as what the investigation had determined about Tammy's death?
Natural causes.
Shortly after the 19th of October, were you ever contacted by law enforcement from Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
And what date did that happen?
October 31st, 2019.
How were you contacted? Was it in person, by phone, email?
I was contacted by phone.
And what did you learn from that contact?
They was inquiring about Tammy Daybell's death, asked if they could get a copy of the report, and asking for assistance.
Okay. Do you recall, did they say anything else about Tammy Daybell's death and the reason for their request for the report?
Judge calls for hearsay.
Yes, sustain.
After the phone call, what did you decide to do in regard to Tammy Daybell's death?
I sent him a copy of the report.
And what about you personally? Did you take any steps to look at the case?
Yes, I reviewed the report and then later on ended up getting her medical records.
Okay. Well, we'll pause here. So Gilbert, Arizona contacted you about Tammy Daybell's death.
Yes.
Did they request any other assistance or help with anything else?
Yes, they asked to
Judge,
locate.
objection calls for hearsay.
So the request isn't offered for the truth.
Overruled. You can answer.
They asked if we could help locate a 2018 gray Jeep Wrangler with Texas plates.
Did you get any information as to why you were seeking to locate that?
They believed that it was in Fremont County.
Did they tell you why they wanted to find the Jeep?
It was involved in an attempted shooting.
Did they give any names in terms of that were in connection with that shooting?
Yes, Alex Cox, Lori Vallow, and they believe they had ties to Chad Daybell.
Did the name Charles Vallow ever come up
I don't recall for sure.
that time? You
At
don't
that
recall?
time.
Okay. So they asked you to look for a Jeep. What did you do next?
Drove out they gave me the address of 202 North, 1900 East. It's in Fremont County. I drove out to that residence.
Did you determine who lived there?
Chad Daybell.
Did you find the Jeep?
No,
Do you recall what date it was that you drove out there?
October 31st, 2019.
What did you do after you determined that the Jeep wasn't there?
I notified Gilbert that we couldn't locate the Jeep there, and if they needed more assistance to let us know.
And did you in fact get more assistance from them?
Yes, the next day, November 1st, I received an email asking me to check a couple more addresses.
And did you do that?
One was a PO box in Sugar City, so I knew it was a post office, so I did not go there. But the next one was 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, and yes, we did go there.
And what did you find there?
We surveilled the residence, but never located the Jeep.
When you say surveilled, can you explain that a little bit more to the jury? What your
We-
process is?
We sat a ways away from the residence and watched it and watched for vehicles coming and going, people coming and going.
And did you observe anybody coming and going from that residence?
Yes,
Who did you observe
Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
prior to engaging in that surveillance? Had you done anything to identify what Chad Daybell looked like?
Yes,
How did you do that?
driver's license photo.
Did you do the same for Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Gilbert, Arizona had sent a picture.
Did you eventually, let me withdraw that. Do you recognize Chad Daybell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
Blue shirt and a yellow tie
Where is he seated?
at the defendant's table.
So you said at some point in your surveillance, you saw Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, is that correct?
Yes.
Explain to the jury when you first saw them.
First, we seen Chad Daybell leave the 565 Pioneer Road, and we surveilled him out to 202 North, 1900 East.
And Judge, if I could have some foundation as to time, date, place, year.
All right, Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to re-ask with more detail.
Sure. Lieutenant Powell, what date was it that we're talking about that you were surveilling and first see Chad and Lori?
November 1st, 2019.
These addresses that you were surveilling, where were they again?
One's in Madison County and one would be in Fremont County in Idaho.
And which address was it that you first saw Chad and Lori at?
565 Pioneer Road in Madison County,
And what was the date that you saw them?
November 1st, 2019.
Recall what time of day that was?
I don't recall time.
Do you recall morning, afternoon, evening?
Morning.
Thank you. So forgive me, I forgot where I left off, but what was it that you first saw them doing?
On the way down to surveil that, we also contacted Rexburg PD, so they was involved with the surveillance.
Why did you do that?
Because we was gonna be in their jurisdiction.
Is that normal for law enforcement,
Yes,
just to touch base with each other?
yes,
Did they come and assist at all?
yes, they did.
So you made that contact, then what did you do?
We followed Chad Daybell from the 565 Pioneer Road to 202 North, 1900 East.
And what did they do at that location?
He went in the residence for a little while and then left. We surveilled him to Mountain America Credit Union in Rexburg, Idaho. And then we lost him after that, so we went back and surveilled the house again, the apartment.
Back that same day or a different day?
Same day.
About what time was it that you went back?
I don't know exact time. I'm guessing late morning.
What'd you see next?
We seen Lori Vallow leave and go to Sugar City to the post office box,
Anything else?
After there, she goes to Walgreens, and then after Walgreens, back to the apartment.
What did they do at the apartment?
Then they both go from the apartment to Idaho Falls. We surveil them to Mountain America, or the Mountain Credit Union in Idaho Falls, and then the Hobby Lobby, and then the Cafe Rio.
Excuse me. What did you observe them doing, if anything, at Hobby Lobby?
Holding hands as they is walking in the store.
And let me ask, did you take any photographs of that?
I did not.
Did any other law enforcement take photographs of that?
Yes,
Do you recall who it was?
I don't recall.
Did you later see the photographs?
Yes,
Do you believe that if shown, you might be able to recognize those?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer what's been marked as the state's Exhibit 36B. Got 2 copies for the court.
Judge, I'm going to voice an objection for relevance. I'm not seeing the relevance here.
All right, if I could if I could view the exhibit, please, before I rule on the objection. Objection's been made, Mr. Wixom, as to relevance.
Judge, at this point, it goes to what's in the photo we believe shows the nature of the relationship, which isn't just relevant for this witness's testimony, but for the theory of the case overall. It helps to show the relationship between the two.
All right, I've considered the objection, given the nature of the conspiracy charges in the case, find there is relevance under 403 and will therefore overrule the objection, and the exhibit 36B may be admitted.
Thank you. May I ask to have those handed to the witness, please? And Lieutenant Powell, even though these have been admitted, just to give context, what do you see in front of you?
Chad and Lori walking in the Hobby Lobby holding hands.
Mr. Wixom, I want to be clear. You're saying these, is there one exhibit or more than one?
I apologize. I handed 2 up to you. It's just one exhibit, 34 or 36B, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you bet. They're holding hands.
Yes,
So even though you didn't take this picture, do you believe that's an accurate reflection of what they were doing?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would request permission to publish this to the jury.
You may.
So Lieutenant Powell, if you'll please look at the monitor up there, this photo. Since we didn't all have your vantage point, will you just explain again what they were doing to the jury?
They're holding hands walking in the Hobby Lobby.
Were they holding hands the whole time walking in?
Yes.
Now, did you go inside the Hobby Lobby?
No, we did not.
What did you do while they were inside the Hobby Lobby?
Waited outside.
And how long do you believe they were in there?
I don't recall.
Okay. But did you wait long enough to see them exit the Hobby Lobby?
Yes.
And what did they do after that?
Got in their vehicle and drove over to Cafe Rio.
What happened then? Did they go inside?
Yes.
Did you happen to go inside?
Yes, myself and Chief Deputy Gardner went inside.
Did you observe them in there?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer State's Exhibit 35, which is already been stipulated to be admitted, but 2 copies for the court.
All right, I understand there is no objection then based on what Mr. Wixom has proffered on exhibit 35. Is that correct, Mr. Fryer?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, exhibit 35 is admitted.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish it?
You may.
And before I do so, could I just confirm, Judge, was that last exhibit admitted? Did I move for admission?
It was 36B is admitted.
Thank you. What is that a picture of, Lieutenant Powell?
Chad and Lori eating at Cafe Rio.
And did you observe anything else about their behavior or conduct together while they're at Cafe Rio?
No.
What happened after they left at Cafe Rio?
We ended the surveillance.
Why did you end it there?
The time of night and prior engagements people had.
Okay. Your Honor, it would now be an appropriate time to stop my direct examination, considering the hour.
Yes, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. We will try to do it in an hour, back on at 1, but we'll allow sufficient time for the jurors also to have their lunch and take the break necessary. So we'll come back on after the break.
All rise, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you could please have the jurors return to the courtroom. All rise. All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Lieutenant Powell was previously placed under oath. I'll note the parties are all present after the lunch recess, as well as the jurors are all present and properly seated, and the defendant and counsel. Mr. Wixom, I believe you were still in direct examination.
I was, Your Honor.
You can continue with your direct.
Thank you. Lieutenant Powell, I think we left off at your surveillance at Cafe Rio.
Yes.
I want to take you back now to the Gilbert phone call about Tammy Daybell's death.
Yes.
With respect to whatever was discussed there, did that cause you to feel like you needed to investigate Tammy's death?
Yes.
Why?
Because of the ties with Lori and Alex Cox and the attempted shooting, and then reviewing the report,
Which report?
the one the deputy wrote from first on scene.
What about that report caused you to feel like you should reinvestigate?
Chad said that Tammy didn't,
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I'm going to object. There hasn't been proper foundation. I don't know what report he's talking about. Who did it? What did it? When?
I'll sustain that in terms of general reference to a report.
Thank you, Your Honor. And to be clear for counsel, this is the stipulated exhibit 70 that was stipulated to. It's the report.
Exhibit what, counsel?
70. Well, it's the stipulation number 70. It's that report.
Mr. Wixom, has that been admitted formally in the trial yet?
I intend to, but I haven't yet. I can stop now and do so.
I guess that'll make the most sense since we've referenced the exhibit. I want to make sure it comes in before it's referred to.
Certainly, Your Honor. Thank you. May I have just a second, please?
You may.
And Judge, that would have saved an objection if I had
I
known.
understand.
You know, at this time, I'd like to hand up to the court, after defense counsel reviews it, a copy of the report from Deputy Allison Greenhall.
And it's reference 70. Is that the actual exhibit number for?
Judge, that's the itemized number on the stipulation, as I recall. The state's proposed exhibit number is 418.
418?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you please mark the exhibit then as 418 that you propose to
This,
offer?
Certainly, Your Honor.
This is Officer Powell's report, not Officer Greenhall's report. That's what he meant to give me. So, you. Thank you.
All right. The state's proposed exhibit 418. It apparently is referenced in the stipulated exhibit list, but is there any objection to the introduction of state's exhibit 418?
No, Judge.
All right. Exhibit 418 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I ask to have that handed to the witness, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant Powell, you were telling the jury what were some of the reasons that caused you to have concern to reopen the Tammy Daybell death investigation?
Chad tells Deputy Greenhall that Tamara didn't have any serious medical conditions.
Let me stop you there. If you're going to refer to the exhibit to refresh a recollection, I'm going to ask the court permission to allow you to do so, but you probably shouldn't read from that.
Oh.
Is that, Your Honor, may he have permission to refresh from the exhibit?
Well, it's actually an admitted exhibit, so
Well, if he's got permission to read it, then we'll continue on.
you can ask your question, but once it's an admitted exhibit, the jury will have that.
Thank you. So go ahead then, Lieutenant Powell.
He tells Deputy Greenhall that Tamara don't have any serious medical conditions and that she don't go to the doctor often.
Anything else in there that caused you to decide to investigate further?
Last time she was at the doctor was 2 months ago for an arm injury.
Okay. So upon reviewing that, considering the other information, what steps did you take to then investigate Tammy's death?
Ran a controlled substance, it's called PMP, Prescription Monitoring Program, where you can run a name and they'll tell you if they're on any controlled substance, medications that are controlled.
Is that a law enforcement program?
Yes.
Okay. What did you find from that?
She was prescribed tramadol.
Okay. Anything else from that report?
Not from that report, no.
So what did you do next?
Got with the prosecutor and got a search warrant for Walmart pharmacy.
Why Walmart pharmacy?
That's where it was prescribed to, picked up.
What did you find as a result of the search warrant from Walmart pharmacy?
She was prescribed fluoxetine and tramadol.
And what did you do next?
She was prescribed fluoxetine from Seasons Medical and tramadol from Teton Medical. So I got search warrants for those two medical records.
Did you get records from both those entities?
Yes, I did.
At this time, the state would offer its proposed Exhibit 38 that likewise was stipulated to for admission, which for the record are the records of Teton Medical.
And Judge, for the record, my exhibit number 21 should mirror their exhibit number 38. If there is any differences, I'll move for mine as well, but my 21 was stipulated as well as their 38. So there is duplication there.
Okay, and to the extent it's the same exhibit, let's make sure it just gets admitted once, but what's now marked and offered as states 38, I'll have the defense review that and ask if there's any objection.
Hang on, one more.
Thank you. Thank you.
As to propose 38, any objection from the defense?
No, Judge.
All right. Exhibit 38 has been offered and is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have permission to publish Exhibit 38?
You may, the copy I've got, counsel, is essentially illegible on the second page.
Judge, if I could suggest,
Third page, I would say it's actually 3 pages.
Judge, if I could suggest my 21, you might find that to be a little more legible, but counsel, if you would like to take a look.
Let me sidebar with counsel because there's a photocopy so light that it's illegible.
Rocky.
All right, counsel, I've reviewed the admitted exhibit. However, it's again not very legible in terms of how it was photocopied, but there is a better version of it that was likewise submitted by the defense. So upon suggestion in the sidebar, the court will permit a substitute exhibit. So what was previously admitted 38 will not be admitted, and we'll have that referenced by the defense exhibit, which is the same document in a more legible copy. So what is the exhibit number, Mr. Pryor, that would replace our exhibit 38?
Your Honor, Teton Medical Group records would be defense exhibit number 21.
Okay.
And Seasons Medical Records, which I think council's moving towards, it will be exhibit number 22. And my understanding, Judge, is that we've previously agreed that exhibit number 20 by stipulation is admitted as well, and I'll move for all three of those at this point.
Okay, the defense has moved then for those exhibits 21, 22, and 20. Mr. Wixom, any objection from the state?
No, we have no objection, Your Honor. We agree to the same exhibits, just with a more clear copy. Yes.
Okay, then those will be admitted, and to be clear then for the record, exhibit 38 is no longer admitted as part of the record, being substituted by the more clear version, so you can proceed, Mr. Wixom. Just reference the exhibit number with those new defense numbers when you are referencing them with the witness, please.
Will be, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay,
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish exhibit number 21?
yes.
Lieutenant Powell, what is it that you see on the screen?
The medical records from Teton Medical Group.
And can we explain to the jury, in your role as a lieutenant in terms of helping subordinates deal with unattended deaths, is it typical for you to get medical records and look at them?
Yes.
And you're by no means a doctor, correct?
No.
But you do review them to see if you can discern anything about the subject's health?
Yes.
What did you see in this Teton medical record about Tammy Daybell's health?
The past medical history was just anxiety, depression, and anemia. Other than that, everything appeared to be normal.
So when you, when you sought a warrant for these particular records, how many years time span did you ask for?
2 years?
Was this the only record that was returned?
Yes.
What's the date on that record?
9/6 of 2019.
Does that indicate anything to you about Tammy's health status?
She was healthy at the time that she was at that doctor.
What about the fact that this is the only record? Does that tell you anything about her health status?
It appears she's healthy.
Your Honor, may I now have permission to publish the exhibit number 22?
Yes.
And please just refresh for the jury, who was the second provider that you sought records from under the warrant?
Seasons Medical.
And I want to call your attention to the screen again. What is that you see?
The medical records for Tammy from Seasons Medical.
And in fact, when you sought these records pursuant to a warrant, what time span did you look for?
2 years.
And were there any other records besides this?
No, there was not.
What's the date on this record?
10/6 of 2015.
What, if anything, did you discern from these records?
He was being seen for depression.
Anything else?
No.
What did that do to, how did that impact your decision how to go further to investigate in any way?
Yes.
In what way did it impact?
She appeared to be healthy, so I got with the prosecutors and got a warrant for exhumation.
Can you explain what the exhumation process is to the jury, please?
She was buried in Springfield, Utah, so had to get with the court in Utah, got a warrant to exhume her and that dig her up and take her to have an autopsy done.
And that order was issued?
Yes, it was.
And did you attend that examination process?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach at this time?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer up to the court what we believe is a stipulated state's exhibit 37A through 37H. We've got 2 copies for the court.
And Judge, these were by stipulation of the parties as well as other photos that will be published at a later time by way of stipulation.
All right, I'll take a quick review of them.
Judge, for the record, my exhibits in that regard will be item number 23, 23A, 23B, 23A through D. Will be my corresponding, and if there's any that aren't presented.
Okay, once you get there, Mr. Pryor, I'll have you offer them individually, so we keep track of the exhibits. Exhibits 37A through H have been offered, and I understand either by stipulation or no objection. The defense has no objection to these being omitted. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, exhibits 37A through H, all individually are each admitted. And Mr. Wixom, you can continue.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish various parts of this exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant Powell, I think we had left off with you explaining why you were going to do the exhumation. Could you please explain to the jury what's that process as far as law enforcement is concerned?
Go and observe and make sure that nothing was tampered with.
And what kinds of things do you look for tampering?
Any marks on the casket, and the, cement vault and things like that.
And why do you look for tampering?
To make sure I can say that nothing was tampered with and to obscure the autopsy.
So is it safe to say that you were at the graveside when her body was literally pulled from the ground, or her casket was pulled from the ground?
Yes,
And you observed all that?
yes,
Now, did you personally take photos of that process,
no,
but you were present the whole time?
yes,
And you've seen the photos that were taken?
yes,
And they've been admitted, but the photos, you'll be able to say if they were accurate depictions of what was happening?
yes.
Now, if I may now publish.
Yes.
Lieutenant, can you please just explain to the jury, what are we looking at?
The backhoe getting ready to start digging the grave out.
And this is Ms. Daybell's grave.
Yes,
And where is this again?
Springfield, Utah.
Now I call your attention to what's been marked as 37B. What's that?
The backhoe digging the grave.
37C.
Them lifting the cement vault out of the grave.
37D.
The cement vault.
37E.
The lid taken off the cement vault and the casket.
37F.
The inside of the cement vault.
And I'll stop there. In the course of your observation of this part of the exhumation, did you see any tampering?
No,
What did you look at?
the edges and then you seen all the roses and stuff still on top of the casket.
Did you examine the casket as well?
Yes,
Did you see any indication of tampering there?
no,
And then once the coffin was removed from the vault, what happened with the coffin?
it was loaded and taken to the medical examiner's office in Utah.
And this 37, all right, G, is that a picture of the loading of the coffin?
Yes,
Now, you said that coffin was taken to an ME, to a medical examiner.
yes,
Did you ride in the hearse at that time?
no, I followed it.
Did the hearse and the coffin stay within your line of sight all the way to the MEs?
Yes,
And in fact, did you go inside when they put the casket in?
yes,
Did you observe the autopsy?
yes,
And so therefore, did you also observe the removal of Tammy's body from the casket?
yes,
And what do we see here, Lieutenant?
Tammy Daybell's body.
Did you, at that point in time, look for potential tampering?
Yes,
Did you observe anything?
no,
And was Tammy's clothing eventually removed from her?
yes,
And did you have an opportunity to view her body before the autopsy began?
yes,
And did you see any signs of tampering at all?
no,
Lieutenant, once the exhumation was completed, did you do anything personally that furthered the investigation?
I assisted with the search warrant on January 3rd.
And what search warrant was that?
202 North, 1900 East at the Daybell residence.
And, excuse me, what was the purpose of that warrant?
They was looking for electronics, and other things in regards to Tammy's.
And your role in that search?
I was there helping search, and when something was found, the FBI ERT team would come photograph it and process it.
And then how were you involved at that point?
After we was all done and the FBI had processed everything, they turned it over to myself and Detective Mattingly. We loaded them in our vehicles and transported it to the Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Was that the end of your involvement?
Yes,
At some point, was this further investigation of Tammy's death turned over to someone else in the Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
yes, the detectives.
And why was that?
Just, I had other things they wanted me to be doing and wanted it turned over to detectives.
And to be clear, as a lieutenant, how many subordinates do you supervise?
Approximately 24. Oh, no, it'd be probably about 27.
And would that include patrol officers as well as detectives?
Yes,
Is that part of the reason why you as a lieutenant would then just assign the case to a detective?
yes.
From that point forward, did you have any other involvement in Tammy's death investigation?
No.
You know, I may have just a moment, please.
Yes.
You know, at this time, I don't have any further questions for direct. I did want to inquire if the two exhibits that I had been turned back into the court. I see the marshal shaking his head, yes.
Yes, we do have those.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Pryor, you can
Judge,
cross.
thank you.
Once you're set up, Mr. Pryor, in order to maybe make things a little more efficient with your proposed exhibits, I'd like a brief sidebar with council before you start cross, just to discuss exhibits you've mentioned.
Okay, Judge.
All right, counsel, thanks for the sidebar on that. Also, just pointed out to the court, before the state concluded direct, we did have admitted, not actually, given to the court Exhibit 20, which I think is a death certificate, and we need to get that to the bailiff for entry into the court record. All right, thanks, counsel. And you can commence with your cross-examination then, Mr. Pryor.
So you've, officer, you've spent 22 years with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pryor, but can you speak into the microphone, please?
And I've been warned about this, Judge.
Okay.
Sorry. School. You spent 22 years with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes.
And the last 4.5 years has been as a detective, is that correct?
I'm a lieutenant now.
I'm sorry, lieutenant. 4.5 years as a lieutenant?
No, about 7 years lieutenant. I was 4.5 years detective.
Okay, that's what I thought I said. And then 7 years as a lieutenant?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't get on the street and do patrol or anything like that, is that right?
I do cover shifts, yes.
Okay. And are you equipped with a camera in your automobile?
No,
Are you equipped with a body cam?
no,
That's not standard issue for you folks?
not for me. I do not have one, no.
Are there occasions when you feel that you need to have a body cam or a recorder?
Yeah, there's possibly some, yeah.
Okay, and would one of those be when you're interviewing witnesses or taking statements from people?
Yes,
And the purpose of that is to make sure that you get the statement accurately. Would you agree with me?
yeah,
But there's also an aspect of that when you have a recorder or a body cam, there's no likelihood that what someone says to you could be misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
will you repeat that one more time?
Well, if you have a body cam or a recorder and you're interviewing someone about an important topic, well, like this case, when you interview witnesses, you want to get the facts right from what they said, correct?
Yes,
And it's important that you get the facts right when they tell you things, right?
yes,
And it's also important that it's a tool that you use to ensure that everybody's playing on the same page. Would you agree with that?
yes,
Okay, so it's generally a very good idea to use a recorder or a body cam when you're dealing with subjects or people that where there's serious consequences, correct?
yes,
And in this particular case, this is a serious case, right?
yes,
You've never been involved in a serious, as much of a serious case as you've been in this case, correct?
no,
Most serious case you've been involved in 22 years, right?
yes,
So I would assume you took precautions that when you interviewed witnesses, you took the necessary step to make sure that you had a recorder with you. Is that right?
yeah, try to, yes.
Okay, try to, okay. Now, you received a call from the Gilbert Police Department, right? About this case with Tammy Daybell, correct?
Yes,
And I read your report. And I think you accurately reflected what they were talking to you about. Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were involved in an attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. Is that right?
yes,
And Chad Daybell was not implicated in that, correct?
no,
Right. But he was someone of interest because he had been hanging around Lori Vallow,
he was a known associate.
known associate, but there was no implication that he had any involvement in the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, right?
No,
That was Alex Cox and that was Lori Vallow. And when did that shooting take place?
I don't recall a date.
What year?
Would have been 2019.
Okay. Okay. You don't recall the month, right?
I received the call in October.
Okay. So at this point, your investigation was centered around the fact that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew Chad Daybell somehow, right?
Yes,
And as part of your surveillance, you were able to establish that in November, right?
November 1st.
Okay, of 2019. At that point, you were able to establish that there was some sort of a relationship between Lori and Chad, right?
Yes,
And that was after Tammy's death, right?
yes,
So really, if two people who are not married are going to a Hobby Lobby to pick up whatever they're picking up, that's not really suspicious, is it?
it depends, I guess.
Oh,
It ain't suspicious, no.
well, you said depends. I want to know what's suspicious about two people who are single going to a Hobby Lobby. Why don't you tell me what that is?
Well, it ain't suspicious, no.
Okay. And then going out to eat at a restaurant. There's nothing suspicious about two people who are single going to a restaurant to have something to eat. Is that right?
Right,
And there's nothing suspicious about Lori Vallow going over to Chad's house and being there for a short period of time. There's nothing suspicious about that, right?
no.
Okay. Okay. So I'm having some difficulty here. And the difficulty I'm having is that you get a call from the Gilbert police suggesting that Chad Daybell knows Alex and Lori, right?
Yes,
And based on the fact that they know them, you get an order from a judge to dig up Tammy Daybell, right?
with the medical records and everything, yes.
Okay, with the medical records and what's the everything?
Chad saying that she was there, she had no medical issues.
Okay, all right. Judge, could I have, Judge, could I have exhibit number 21, please?
Yes.
And please bear with me, Judge. I'm sorry, it might take me 2 seconds to get this brought up.
That's fine. And before it comes up or is published, make sure, number one, we know what it is. Number two, it's admitted.
Okay. And officer, it's previously been admitted, Teton medical records, that's the medical records you subpoenaed, correct?
Yes,
All right. And 21 is already admitted. So
It is, Judge, and I'm going to go through 20, 21, and 22. That's,
all right. Thanks for clarifying. Those are all admitted. So you can publish without permission, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like.
so I'm at the top of Teton medical record. And what I'm looking at on the left-hand side of the letter where it says past medical history, right?
yes,
Okay, and the first thing at the very top is anemia. Right?
yes.
Did you research what anemia is?
No, I did not.
Did you research what the medical conditions and what people experience as a result of being diagnosed with anemia?
No, I did not.
Did you research and look into the fact that anemia can have life-threatening consequences?
Sorry, Judge, the counsel is testifying.
Well, it's cross-examination. I don't know what that objection is, Mr. Richmond. What's the basis?
Judge, he's describing how serious anemia is, and this witness has never spoken to that issue. So counsel is trying to testify as to how serious anemia is. It's a medical condition. This witness was freely admitting that he's.
I don't want a speaking objection. I'll sustain the objection on assumes facts not in evidence.
Okay. And let's move down the list. The next one is anxiety, right?
Yes,
Okay. And then the one down below that is depression, right?
yes,
And Tammy Daybell was taking medication. She was taking Prozac, which is fluoxetine. Is that right?
fluoxetine, yes.
Fluoxetine. Correct. And she was also taking tramadol, right?
She was prescribed tramadol, yes.
Right. And what's the tramadol for?
Pain,
Okay. So she was in some discomfort of some kind.
yes.
Okay, and then we go down below where it says family history. And would you read the 4 lines under what Tammy's family suffers as a result of family history, please?
Mother suffers from cancer, suffers with cancer and thyroid issues. Father suffers with depression and heart disease.
Okay, thank you. And Judge, that's all I have for 21. Judge, could I be handed exhibit number 20?
Yes.
Thank you. And Judge, again, this has been previously admitted by stipulation of the parties.
It is admitted, yes.
Now, did you take the time to look at Tammy Daybell's death certificate?
No, I did not.
You didn't consider that.
No,
So you looked at some medical records and said she has anemia and she's on Prozac. And you looked at Officer Greenall's report, right?
yes,
But you didn't look at any death certificate.
no,
Did you read Brenda Dye's report?
no, I did not.
Did you read Officer Greenall's report?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you took consideration of why you dug up Tammy Daybell, and by the way, just before we get there, Tammy Daybell's children were never notified that you were digging their mother out of the ground, were you?
No, there was not.
Yeah. So her own children were not advised that,
Overruled.
so her own family were never advised that you're digging their mother out of the ground without letting them know in any shape, form, or opportunity to respond. Is that right?
Yes,
I'd like you to look at the certificate of death, and and I'm going to point down to where it says the cause of death. You see my arrow down there?
yes,
Okay. And the cause of death, they list 2 things on the cause of death for Tammy Daybell's death. And would you read those out loud, what those 2 are?
cardiac event and pulmonary edema.
Okay. Heart issues, right?
Yes,
And you saw that in the medical history of Tammy Daybell, her father had a history of heart disease, right?
yes,
So you didn't take that into consideration when you decided to dig Tammy up out of the ground, right?
no, I've never seen this before.
You never looked at it.
No,
You never talked to anybody about what the death certificate said before you decided to have her dug up, right?
correct.
And you went in front of a judge and you put on testimony to justify digging her up out of the ground, and you didn't even as once look at the certificate of death, did you?
No,
Judge, counsel previously discussed Officer Greenall's report, and for the life of me, I don't see the exhibit number on that, but it was admitted.
What is it?
I believe it was 418.
41A.
418.
still sitting right here, Your Honor.
Oh, 418 still up on the,
And Judge, could I have the bailiff take back exhibit number 20
yes.
and exchange it with me with the,
And yeah, 418 was still up there, so.
thank you. Oops, let's do this. Size, okay. Okay, so can you see that report?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the second
Mr.
paragraph,
Pryor, I need to have you talk into the microphone.
the second paragraph talks about how Tammy was found by her husband. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to read, starting with the second paragraph to the end where it talks to 911. If you would read that loud so that everybody can hear that, please.
He called for his son to come help put Tamara back onto the bed.
No, I'm talking about where the words start with the deceased. I'm sorry, up here where it says the deceased. That's where I'd like you to start.
You want me to read the whole paragraph?
The whole paragraph, if you would, please.
Okay. This deceased Tamara M. Daybell was found by her husband, Chad G. Daybell. Chad told me Tamara had been sick and had a severe coughing fit at approximately 00 hours. During this fit, she vomited, then she returned to bed and she said she was fine. At approximately 5:40 hours, Chad felt the blanket slide off the bed and woke up to see Tamara had partially fallen off the bed. Chad told her to get up, and when she didn't answer, he turned on the lights and found that she was deceased. She had partially fallen off the bed, her head was touching the floor, and her feet were still on the bed. Chad said she was cold and stiff. He called for his son to come help put Tamara back onto the bed. Chad then called 911.
Okay. So when you talk about a lack of medical conditions, did you read this report before you went to judge and get an order digging Tamara Daybell up out of the ground?
Yes.
Okay, so did you happen to notify the judge that Tamara was having fits the night before? She was vomiting and was sick and was generally not doing well. Did you mention that to the judge?
No.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to the second paragraph now. And if you would read the second paragraph, starting with Chad said Tamara.
Chad said Tamara didn't have any serious medical conditions. She was taking fluoxetine for depression, but did not have any other prescriptions. Chad said the last time she was at the doctor was approximately 2 months ago when she had fallen in the driveway and injured her arm. The doctor had given her steroid shots and she was not having further issues. Chad said she had been feeling sick with something like a cold lately and that she would have gone to the doctor today. Chad said she has low blood pressure and faints occasionally. Chad said that she has been going through menopause and also has been having aches and back pain for approximately 2 weeks and that she was going to visit the chiropractor soon. Chad said she didn't go to the doctor often because she didn't like doctors.
And you were aware of that based on the research of her medical records that Tammy Daybell didn't like to go to the doctor, did she?
Yeah.
Right. And you were aware that Tammy Daybell would use herbal medicine and oils and other medications in lieu of going to the doctor to try to cure herself in other ways, untraditional ways, right?
That's what the report said, yes.
Right. So instead of going to the doctor for fainting spells and for these other things that were going on, she would take supplements and do things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'll go back down. And the next one talks about Chad showing all of the over-the-counter medications she takes. He said she's taken approximately 10 bottles on the tablet every morning that she takes to help her. Okay? And then read the last line where it says most. In that paragraph I just read, where the last sentence says most of what was.
Most of what was in the cupboard.
Mr. Pryor, you turn that sideways so you can't read.
Sorry, that makes it tough, doesn't it? I was
Okay.
trying to pull one on you, apparently. Go ahead.
Most of what was in the cupboard was essential oils and natural remedies and some pain medications.
Okay. So it looks like the list below talks about the Prozac, acetaminophen, ibuprofen, whatever vitality extracts are, but at the very bottom, it says supplement, right?
Yes.
And what is that supplement for?
The supplement for bruising and sore muscles.
So for treating bruising and sore muscles. Did you have any history that Tammy Daybell had a history of easily bruising?
I didn't, see any, no.
Did you see anything that suggested that Tammy Daybell had bruises on her body at the time she passed away?
Yes, there was some.
Yeah, and you're aware that those bruises were old bruises, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. And if Brenda Dye put in her report that they were old bruises, you would have no reason to dispute that, right?
Yeah, I have no reason. to
Okay.
dispute.
But Tammy Daybell clearly was taking medication for bruising, right?
That's what the report said.
That's what the report says, right? And we're going to try to do this, see how skilled I really am.
Okay.
But at the very bottom, it starts with the last sentence. I was later advised by the coroner, if you could read that for me.
I was later advised by the coroner that Tamara's son told her he also takes fluoxetine from the same bottle as his mother. I was also advised that Chad told the coroner that sometimes Tamara had minor shaking fits consistent with seizure activity. Tamara's daughter Emma also advised the coroner that she takes clogging classes with her mother, and her mother has seemed to slow down in her movements in the last couple months. Tamara had also been saying she felt out of her body recently.
Okay. So again, Mr. Daybell is talking to the coroner or Officer Greenall, and it talks about the fact that Tammy's having seizures and that she's having fits shaking, and that her daughter is saying that she's slowed down and she's not able to keep up and that she's been feeling out of sorts, right?
Yes,
And based on that, you didn't take that into consideration when you decided to dig up Tammy Daybell, did you?
no,
Okay. The next sentence, with I advised.
I advised the coroner of everything I had learned from my investigation, and she agreed that the death was a natural one.
Stop. I advised the coroner of everything I had learned from my investigation and agreed the death was a natural one. That's Officer Greenall, right?
Yes,
So according to Officer Greenall, in discussing this with the coroner and with all of this information, came to the conclusion that Tammy Daybell's death was a natural one. Right?
yes,
And you didn't report that to the judge when you decided, and it's not this judge, you didn't report that to the judge when you decided to get a warrant to dig Tammy Daybell up. You didn't mention that to the judge, did you?
no,
The last sentence in that paragraph, would you read that one for me?
the coroner determined an autopsy was not necessary unless the family wanted one, which they did not.
Okay. And then the very last sentence before Officer Greenall, where it says, it was
Determined by the coroner that the death was due to probable heart attack due to pulmonary edema.
okay. And this is a determination that was made by a coroner at the time of what you called the unattended call of Tammy Daybell, right?
Yes,
And in talking with the folks down in Gilbert, they told you that Chad knew Lori Vallow, right?
yes,
They had no other information about the death of Tammy Daybell, did they?
no,
You had the information, and you're the one who took that information and went in front of a judge and got an order to dig Tammy Daybell up.
yes,
And you did it without telling the children that they're digging their mother out of the ground. Is that right?
yes,
And you didn't take into consideration the seizures, did you?
no,
You didn't take into consideration the shaking, did you?
no,
You didn't take into consideration the anemia, did you?
No,
You didn't take in any of the medical information other than you told the judge, there's no medical history here. That's what you told the judge, isn't it?
off the medical record, yes.
Off the medical records, right?
Yes.
You didn't look at anything else, right?
No,
You didn't look at the certificate of death that says pulmonary edema, heart issues, did you?
I did not see that, no.
You didn't see it or you didn't look?
I didn't look.
Judge, I'm done. This officer's under subpoena to be called back. I intend to call him back.
All right, well, I'm gonna allow some redirect.
Lieutenant Powell, excuse me. At the time that you sought the exhumation order,
I don't have anything.
were you aware that Chad and Lori, that Lori's children were missing?
No, I believe yes.
Were you aware that Chad and Lori had a quick marriage after Tammy's death?
Judge objects. It goes beyond cross.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
Will you repeat the question, please?
At the time that you did seek the exhumation order, had you become aware that Chad and Lori had had a quick marriage right after Tammy's death?
Yes.
And in fact, as to the dates, what was the date again that Tammy died?
I was notified, October 19th, 2019.
And in fact, what was the date that you surveilled Chad and Tammy holding hands at Hobby Lobby?
November 1st,
At 12 days?
approximately, yeah.
Mr. Pryor asked you several questions about Ally Greenhall's report.
Yes.
Do you recall who provided the bulk of the information in that report?
Chad Daybell.
And did you ever find out prior to requesting an exhumation whether Chad Daybell wanted an autopsy?
The reporter said he did not.
Did that factor into your decision to seek an exhumation order?
Yes.
How?
Just with all the circumstances and medical records and everything.
Prior to seeking the exhumation order, had you ever heard the name Charles Vallow?
Yes.
And who is that?
Judge, this is going beyond cross.
I do agree with that at this point.
May I argue it, Judge?
Go ahead.
Judge, with the extensive cross-examination about challenging this officer's request for exhumation, I think it's not outside the cross. It's maybe another data point, but it's well within what the cross-examination
Well,
was.
I don't know if it is or not. The way it's asked, it just seems to be going into a new area. So if it's tied in somehow to the cross, then I may allow it. But for now, it's objection sustained.
Okay. Lieutenant Powell, were there other reasons that I've not asked you yet that went into your decision to seek an exhumation order?
All the deaths surrounding Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
What were all those deaths?
Her,
Which again, we're going into an area that was not opened up.
No, I believe
I'm
this
going to
is,
object, Judge.
that's opened up. So I'll overrule the objection.
Could you please explain to the jury all the deaths, what you meant by that?
Lori Vallow's last husband had been shot by Alex Cox.
Did you understand approximately what date that had occurred?
I don't recall the date.
Was that part of the information that was relayed through Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
So how did the fact that Lori's husband had been killed factor in to your suspicions about Tammy's death?
And well, you had the attempting shooting, the murder.
And I'm just asking you from a common sense perspective as a law enforcement officer, how was that information impacting you to decide to get an exhumation order?
Judge, calls for speculation.
I'm asking, oh,
Give me a second. Overruled.
you may answer the question.
Will you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm just asking from a common sense perspective for you to please explain to the jury why all of that information bolstered your thinking that you needed to seek an exhumation order.
Because of all the deaths around around Lori, or Alex and Chad.
So is it safe to say that when you do any investigation, do you just follow the facts and where they lead you?
Yes,
And so despite what was in Ali Greenhall's report, did all these other facts lead you to seek the exhumation order?
yes,
And to be clear, you were asked several questions about the death certificate
yes.
and who issues a death certificate typically.
The coroner?
I'm just asking if you are aware of whether or not the coroner at the time of Tammy's death had all this other information about Lori and Alex and Charles Vallow.
No, she did not.
Objection, Judge. There's been no basis to establish where that knowledge comes from. Moving to strike.
Yeah, the objection did come in late, but I will sustain the objection for lack of foundation and I will strike the answer. So I'm instructing the jurors to please disregard that last answer.
In terms of your surveillance of Chad and Tammy, how long that day, let me withdraw that. Please tell the jury again, what day did you initiate your surveillance of Chad and Tammy?
November 1st, 2019.
Thinking back now, how many hours did they spend together that day?
Objection, relevance.
Again, it goes to the relation.
Thanks, Mr. Rickson. Objection's overruled.
I'd say approximately 4 to 6 hours.
And were they riding in a car together?
Yes, when we surveilled them to Idaho Falls, there was.
Did you happen to notice if there were any children with them at the time?
No, there was not.
You never saw any children with them at all?
Never seen any children.
No, I have no further questions.
Judge, could I recross in the event that he brought up some things about Mr. Vallow that I would like to be able to touch on a little bit?
Very limited in scope.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Pryor, I'll allow on that.
Officer, you made an interesting comment about Chad Daybell and Alex Cox. Are you aware that Chad Daybell is not implicated in the murder of Charles Vallow?
Yes,
Okay, not involved, right?
not to my knowledge, no.
And in the shooting and attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux, same thing. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow are implicated in that crime, right?
Yes,
And Chad Daybell is not implicated in that crime. Is that right?
not to my knowledge, no.
So this other knowledge that Mr. Wixom spoke to you about, this knowledge that somehow Chad, he must have known these people. So because he knew those people and he's not implicated in those other murder and attempted murder by Alex Cox, Chad's not implicated. How does that give you a right to dig up Tammy Daybell?
With all the association and all the deaths around it.
Oh, so because she went to Hobby Lobby with him, because she went to a restaurant, and because you surveilled them, and obviously they were having a relationship, right?
Yes,
And that's the other information you used to dig her out of the ground, right?
yes.
Judge, I have nothing else.
All right, that'll conclude the recross then, and not having any more redirects, so. Is it correct from the state then that this witness is likely to be recalled?
Judge, given today, we may well reserve the right to recall this witness. And I believe he's under subpoena by the defense as well.
He's under subpoena by the defense, Judge.
Okay, Lieutenant Powell, then I'll admonish you that there is an exclusionary order, meaning you're not permitted to observe any trial testimony going forward. While this trial is being live streamed, I'll admonish you, you're not permitted to listen to any other testimony between now and the time you may recall, and I'll ask you about that when you return to the stand. All right, thank you for your testimony. All right, council, we are going to go till 3:30 today. Does the state wish to start in with another witness and take an afternoon break shortly, or would you like to do that now?
Your Honor, I think looking at the time and the fact that we're moving into a new witness, the state would suggest we take the break now instead of just starting testimony and then having to take a break.
Okay, I agree. We'll go ahead and take our mid-afternoon break, shoot for about 30 minutes and be back on the record after that. Thank you.
Okay, folks, so we'll be back at
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, before we get started, I will go back on the record. We're on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just completed the afternoon recess. I do want to remind everyone in the courtroom, there's a courtroom conduct order governing these proceedings so that they can go without issue and, most importantly to me, without disturbance of our jurors. And we have had an issue today with some of those attending, and they have not been permitted to return to the courtroom at this time. And so I just want to remind everyone, it's very important that you do follow that. You're certainly welcome to come here and observe, but any type of behavior or conduct that starts causing any sort of interference with our jurors' ability to observe evidence in this case is just not going to be permitted. So thank you for everyone else here for following that order. And with that in mind, we can have the jurors return, please.
Jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we've concluded the mid-afternoon recess. We're back on the record. Parties are present, ready to proceed. The state is still in its case in chief, and I understand have another witness to call this afternoon. Will that be?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will call Nicole Heidman.
All right, and please be mindful, counsel, we will conclude with testimony today at 3:30.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Great, thank you.
All right, and do I refer to you as agent?
I'm a tactical specialist.
Excuse me?
A tactical specialist?
All right, tactical
Yes,
specialist
forward.
Heidemann. I just wanted to inquire, now that you're under oath, for purposes of your testimony here, the court's issued an exclusionary order, meaning I'm not permitting any witnesses in the case to previously view testimony of other witnesses. we are live streaming these proceedings, so I'm going to inquire whether or not you have reviewed or watched any of the testimony in this trial thus far.
I have not.
Very well. Thank you for answering that. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please spell your name for the record?
Nicole, Nicole, last name Heideman, Heideman.
Where are you currently employed?
The Federal Bureau of Investigation,
How long have you been employed with them?
almost 16 years.
What is your current title and/or position?
Tactical specialist.
Have you held other positions within the FBI?
I have.
And what are those other positions?
Prior to that, I was an evidence control technician.
At some point, as part of your employment, did you become involved in an investigation regarding some missing children in approximately 2019 or early 2020?
Yes.
Do you recall who those children were?
JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan.
As part of your job duties, were you given specific assignments with regard to that investigation?
I was.
As part of your duties, were you asked to look into evidence and data collected to determine phone attributions?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what phone attribution is?
Yes. Phone attribution or phone number attribution is an attempt to identify the likely primary user of a phone number.
And as you reviewed the data and different reports, did you also discuss the investigation with special agents, detectives, or other law enforcement officers?
Yes.
And in preparation for your testimony today, have you prepared an exhibit?
Yes,
And is that exhibit regarding phone attribution?
it is.
Is that exhibit a summary of the work that you did and the reports and phone data you reviewed?
Yes,
And would it assist in your testimony today?
it would.
And do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 186. I will indicate defense counsel has been provided a copy. I have a copy for the court, the witness, and the witness to review.
Thank you.
I would also indicate this is actually a printout of a PowerPoint. I have the jump drive that's also been marked as State's Exhibit 186 that contains the same information.
All right. So the actual exhibit will not be the printout copies. It will be the PowerPoint exhibit on a thumb drive. Is that correct?
Correct. I printed out the slides as a courtesy and to allow the witness to review them.
Very well.
And do you mind just looking through those if you would? Do those appear to be an accurate representation of the summary we were just discussing?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of State's Exhibit 186.
Any objection? Okay, Exhibit 186, which to be clear again will be the PowerPoint presentation, is admitted.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask permission to publish State's Exhibit 186.
You may publish.
And we talked about you being asked to look into some phone attribution. Were there specific individuals that you were looking to attribute numbers to?
Yes.
And who were those individuals?
Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox.
And this is the second slide of the presentation that you prepared. In looking at this, how many numbers did you attribute to Chad Daybell?
Between the time frame of October 2018 and January 2020, there were 9 phone numbers.
And of those 9 phone numbers, did you determine certain ones were of more interest?
Yes,
And how many were those?
3.
And how about in regard to Lori Vallow, how many numbers were attributed to her during that time frame?
6 phone numbers.
And similar question, were there some that were of more interest?
Yes,
And how many were those?
again, 3.
And with regard to Alex Cox, how many phone numbers were attributed to him?
6.
And of those were some of more interest?
Yes, 3.
And you talked about a specific time frame. Why did you look at that specific time frame?
We learned through the investigation that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met on October 26, 2018. So we went back through October 2018 through sort of the end of the investigation of January 2020.
And when you talk about the end of the investigation, was there still an active investigation into the whereabouts of the children?
The whereabouts, yes.
So you'd focused on this time frame of when there may have been communications between the parties. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
And turning specifically to Chad first. In looking at that first number, is this a number that was attributed to him?
It was
And can you read the number into the record?
208-690-9374.
And under that, there are 9 things listed. Are these things that assisted in attributing this phone number to the defendant, Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Were there other things that assisted in attributing the number?
there could be, yes.
Were these the main ones that you looked at?
Yes.
And can you go through this list of the 9 things?
Yes. This list of 9 items were documents, primarily documents, but other phones or something that I reviewed that had the 208 number in close relation to another identifier, either Chad's name or an account number, address, something along those lines that were attributed to Chad. So that phone number was subscribed to Tammy Daybell since March 17th, 2018. It was listed as the contact number for Chad Daybell on a Hawaii rental agreement effective December 15th, 2019. It was saved as contact Chad in Tammy Daybell's phone. It was the SMS or text number associated with chad.daybell@gmail.com. It was listed on a Citibank application in Chad's name. It was listed on the Life Map insurance benefit claim form next to Chad's name. It was saved as contact Bishop Shumway in the Lori for Style iCloud account. It was associated with Chad on some Allegiant flight records, and it was saved as contact Dad in Seth Daybell's phone.
And do you know who Seth Daybell is in relation to Chad?
Seth is Chad's son.
And Tammy Daybell was Chad's wife?
Correct.
Could I ask the witness to please maybe just pull the mic down a little more and talk right into it?
Yes, sir.
It's not that sensitive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then looking at this next part of it here, there's a reference to a Cricket account. Can you tell me what the significance of the Cricket account is?
2 additional phone numbers of interest were identified, and when the subscriber information returned, it came back to a Boyd dial in Mesa, Arizona.
And talking about a Boyd dial, are you aware if there was any investigation done to determine whether or not there is a Boyd dial that actually exists?
Yes.
And was there an investigation conducted?
Yes.
Do you know, were you part of that?
Yes.
And were you able to identify any actual Boyd dials?
Yes, we found 2.
Do you know if either agents or detectives did some follow-up with those Boyd dials?
Yeah, I believe some FBI agents in Utah interviewed the 2 Boyd dials as part of this investigation and cleared them of any knowledge.
And when you're trying to determine if there's any other Boyd dials in existence, what are some of the things that you were looking for to see if they're a real person?
Through database searches primarily, I conducted searches for Boyd dial, PO Box 405, Mesa, Arizona, and received negative results. I then did Boyd Dial in Arizona and again received negative results. And then I just did a very broad picture of Boyd Dial in the US. And those were the two that came back, the two in Utah, that came back as being real individuals.
And if you know, was there anything found to link either of the Boyd dials you located to these devices or these phone numbers?
No.
And I said devices. Let me be clear. How many devices did you identify as being associated with the numbers we're going to talk about next?
There was one device for all four numbers. Yes.
And so this first number that we're seeing here, can you read that into the record?
480-395-5126.
And there's two things listed here. Are those two of the factors that you considered in attributing this number to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And can you read what those are, or explain a little bit about them?
This account was, or this, I'm sorry, this phone number was activated on October 31st, 2018, which was just a few days after Chad and Lori met, and then was either expired or deactivated on January 31st, 2019. And then secondly, it was saved as Melanie 2 in the Lori for Style iCloud account, along with Chad Daybell's known phone number 208-690-9374. So the Melanie 2 contact had two phone numbers associated with it.
And that was in the Lori for Style iCloud account?
Correct.
Do you know who that iCloud account was associated with?
With Lori Vallow.
And the next number on here, can you also read that one into the record?
480-812-5496.
And similarly, there are two things here. Are these things that you use to attribute this number to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about those?
This phone number was activated the same day that the prior number expired, January 31st, 2019 through July 1st, 2019. And it was saved as contact Janie in the Lori for Style iCloud account.
And this next number, can you read it into the record as well?
515-402-0143.
And on this one, there's 6 different things listed under it. Are those factors that you use to identify this phone as one associated with Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And can you go through those for us and explain a little bit?
The 515 number was first identified by the Chandler Police Department in Lori's 480-692-9562 call detail records and saved as contact Bubby in the Lolly Time iCloud account. It was activated on July 1st, 2019, the same day that the 5496 number expired, and was active through October 8th, 2019. This number called the Valley of the Sun mortuary on July 11th, 2019, and there was a recording of Chad Daybell on that call. There's a text from Lori that read conf number 99NBQ4, which returned an Allegiant Airlines flight in Chad's name. On August 11th, 2019, Lori sent a text to this number, which August 11th is Chad's birthday, saying birthday kisses all over. And it was saved as Rebecca Shumway in the Lori for Style iCloud account.
And we talked about the Lori for Style iCloud being associated with Lori Vallow. Do you know who the Lolly Time iCloud account was associated with?
Also with Lori Vallow.
And then we have one more number listed here. Can you read the number into the record?
401-569-8260.
And under this one, there are also 6 things listed. Were those 6 things what assisted in attributing this phone number to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And could you go through those 6 things and explain a little bit?
This number was first identified as the first attributable contact of Alex's 334 phone number. It was activated the same day that the 515 number expired, which was October 8th, 2019, and ran through December 30th, 2019. On October 8th, the same day that this phone number was activated, Chad conducted a Google search for Rhode Island area code, the Rhode Island area code being 401. There was a text from 208-690-9374, also known as Chad's known number, to Lori on October 9th, 2019, saying, "I will call right now from a 401 number." The only contact that this attributable contact that this phone number had was with a number attributed to Lori, 480-489-4652, and another number attributed to Alex, 334-744-4205. And finally, it was saved as contact Bishop Miller in the Lori for Style iCloud account.
And again, looking at these that are listed under the Cricket account, I think on all of them, you have that as one number is being deactivated, a new number is being activated.
Correct.
And again, these all had the same, appear to be linked to the same device.
Correct. They all shared the same IMEI number.
And then we notice here as well, we've got 3 numbers in yellow and 2 in white. Could you talk a little bit about why the different designations there?
Yes, there, as previously mentioned, there are a lot of cell phones in this investigation to sort of minimize the noise and really highlight the phone numbers that are going to be used in this case, in this trial. The numbers in yellow you're going to hear about quite frequently. The 2 numbers in white, they were predating sort of the crime portion. They are helpful to attribute the phone numbers to Chad, but we didn't focus on them. We didn't see any content, text content in the iCloud accounts. So we can see that they were speaking to people in the cases, but the focus of the investigation was on those 3 yellow numbers.
And is that why the 3 yellow numbers all have more items listed as to how they were attributed to Chad?
Correct, yes.
And then on this next slide, we see 2 additional numbers that appear to be attributed to Chad. Could you read the first number into the record?
602-290-7288.
And similarly on this, we see 2 things listed. Are those how this number was attributed to Chad?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit about those 2 items?
So in addition to there being a lot of phone numbers, there were also a lot of aliases for individuals through this investigation. So to help understand that, not just attributing the phone number to Chad or Lori, also to attribute the concepts of these different names or aliases to Chad or Lori. So the 602 number received a text sent a text on December 4th, 2019 to a group chat of the Daybell children that read, "Hi, this is Dad." And this phone number was also saved as contact Raphael in Zulema's phone, which was one of Chad's aliases.
And when you talk about Zulema, do you know Zulema's last name?
Pastenes.
And so when you talk about one of Chad's known names, is that the Raphael?
Correct.
Thank you. And then there is a second number here. If you could read that into the record.
We're 80-341-9585.
And under this one, there are 3 things listed. Are those what assisted in attributing this number to Chad?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about those 3 things?
Yes. Another name for another alias of Chad was James and Elena as Lori. So the James and Elena iCloud account was associated with this 480, or the number that ends in 9585 was associated with the James Elena iCloud account. There's a text from this number, again, to the Daybell children, a group chat that's on 12/14/2019 that begins, "Hi, this is Chad." And according to Ian Pulowski, it was a number being used by Chad and Lori.
And when you say names associated with them, did you learn through your investigation that a name used by Chad was James or used to refer to him?
Yes.
And Elena was a name used to refer to Lori?
Correct.
Thank you. And these numbers are also in white. Can you explain if these numbers were a focus?
They were not a focus. They were after the crimes had occurred.
And as you indicated, they were also a way in determining different aliases or names used by Chad and Lori.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. The next one that we go to has Lori Noreen Vallow cell phone attribution at the top. And so As we go through this one, the first number listed here, can you read that into the record?
480-489-4652.
And under this one, there are 7 things listed. Are these 7 things part of what assisted in associating or linking this number to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And can you go through those 7 things?
This number was first identified by the Chandler Police Department during a review of the Lori for Style iCloud account. There is no subscriber name from the provider. However, account IDs were Lolly Time at iCloud and Lori for Style at Hotmail. And the credit card information attached to this phone number was in Lori's valid name. And this account was effective from January 31st, 2019 through December 28th, 2019. This number appeared next to Lori's name on Allegiant Flight Records. It was saved as contact Lori and Lily and Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phones. It was saved as contact Lori Vallow and Zulema's phone, along with 480-692-9562. It appeared in Delta Flight Records, along with KKWalker75 at yahoo.com. And it was also a contact number on a Hawaii wedding quote request submitted by Lori.
And the next number here, if you could read that into the record.
480-692-9562.
And similarly, there are 7 things listed under this number. Could you explain a little bit about those in relation to this phone number?
Sure. Again, these appeared in various places within the investigation. We first learned of it during Chandler PD's review of Charles Vallow's cell phone, revealed this as another number for Lori. This number was actually subscribed to Lori Vallow, which was effective from February 4th, 2019 through January 5th, 2020. It was associated with the Lolly Time at iCloud, Lori for Style at iCloud, and Lolly Time Forever at gmail.com accounts. It was an Amazon shipping contact for Charles Vallow at 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175 in Rexburg, Idaho. It was a number provided on an application for PO Box 415 in Sugar City, Idaho. It was saved as contact Lily and Lolo in Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phone. And it was another number on the contact as a contact on the Hawaii wedding quote request submitted by Lori.
And looking at this, through your portion of the investigation, did you ever learn whether or not Charles Vallow ever lived at that 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
He did not.
Did you learn whether or not Charles Vallow ever had a PO box in Sugar City, Idaho?
He did not.
And looking at the next number here, can you read the number into the record?
808-755-5452.
And similarly, on this one, there are 7 items listed. Were these 7 items what assisted in attributing this phone number to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And could you go through those 7 items?
This number was provided by Lori to the Chandler Police Department. It was subscribed to Premier Financial Services between January 8th, 2016 through November 24th, 2019. It was associated with Lori for Style at iCloud. There was an instant message to Peter Dixon on August 8th, 2019 that read, "Hi, Peter, this is Lori Vallow." It is saved as contact Lolo Vallow and Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phone. It is saved as contact Lily and Melanie Boudreau-Pulowski's phone. And it was another contact number on the Hawaii wedding quote request submitted by Lori.
And do you know who was part of Premier Financial Services?
Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow.
And with all 3 of these numbers, we see all 3 of these in yellow. Were these all numbers that were determined to be of interest in the investigation?
Yes.
And as we've gone through these, for some of these numbers, could there have been other things that assisted in the attribution in attributing these to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
But these were the main ones that you focused in on?
That I focused on, yes.
And turning next to the numbers associated with Alex Cox. Could you read that first number into the record?
480-351-9120.
And under that, there are 6 items listed. Could you go through and let me back up. Did these 6 items assist in attributing this phone number to Alex Cox?
Yes.
Could you go through those 6 and explain a little bit?
This was the contact number provided by Alex Cox to the Chandler Police Department. It was subscribed in Alex Cox's name with an effective date of February 27th, 2015 through, we don't know when it ended based on the search warrant. It is associated with email accounts homerjmaximus@gmail.com and homerjmaximus@yahoo.com. It's saved as contact Alex Cox and lollytime@icloud.com. It's saved as contact Alex Cox and Lori for Style at icloud.com. It was listed as a contact number for Alex Cox on Allegiant flight records, which also included homerjmaximus@yahoo.com.
And if you could read this next number into the record.
304-960-5998.
And this one has two items listed. Were those items what assisted in attributing this number to Alex Cox?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about those two items?
This phone number was identified through its IMEI through the homerjmaximus@gmail.com records. There's no subscriber name, but the account ID was raymaximus@gmail.com with an effective date of September 27th, 2019 through December 28th, 2019.
And this next number?
334-744-4205.
And there are three items listed here. Were those items what assisted in attributing this number to Alex Cox?
Yes.
And could you go through those three items listed there?
This phone number was associated with a Samsung Galaxy phone recovered from Alex's Rexburg apartment. Again, there's no subscriber name, but the account ID was raylamar@gmail.com with an effective dates of October 9th, 2019 through January 9th, 2020. And it was saved as contact Spencer's wife and Lori for Style at icloud.com.
And similarly with these three numbers, could there have been other things that assisted in attributing these numbers to Alex Cox?
Yes.
Are these the ones that you focused in on?
Yes.
And when we talked about Chad Daybell, we talked about more numbers. But on the first slide, we talked about there were those three main numbers of interest identified.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And on one of those, you'd indicated that it was only in contact with a number associated with Alex Cox and one associated with Lori Vallow. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was the number for Lori Vallow one of the ones that you'd identified as a main number with her?
Yes.
And was the one identified as Alex one of the numbers that you've identified as a main number associated with him as well?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. All right, council, we took a sidebar to discuss scheduling. Do you want to indicate how the state wants to proceed going forward for today and tomorrow?
Your Honor, the state recognizes that the court did wish to end at 3:30 today. And I think given where we're at with testimony, the state has finished with this exhibit, but does have more to present through this witness. So I think it would make a logical stopping point. I did just want to confirm that Exhibit 186 was admitted, and then I do have that disc.
It was admitted. Okay, and we do have that. All right, and then for purposes of tomorrow's schedule, then we will run court again from 8:30 to 3:30. We may have a slightly longer lunch for the jurors tomorrow because I think we're going to take up a motion outside of the jurors' presence at 1 o'clock is the plan for now. We can confirm that tomorrow, but our regular court schedule will be in effect. So we'll be in recess for today and resume again at 8:30 with the testimony of this witness. So of course, I'll remind the witness, the exclusionary order is still in place, so don't review any testimony between now and when you return to the stand. Also, thanks everyone in attendance for adhering to the court's conduct order. And then finally to those jurors before we recess for the day. Again, as we recess, please make sure to follow the court's admonishment to not do anything to look up or investigate this case or in any way, or to discuss it with anyone, including amongst yourselves, so that you can remain impartial until such time as you begin your deliberations. So with that, is the state okay to recess for the day?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, anything further from the defense? All right, if all would please rise for the jurors, we'll be in recess.